Oh no, it's going back. Oh no. Yeah. Mm.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Era.
How you doing?
Good, you scared me though.
Has anybody? I don't think there's a time that I haven't scared you while calling, right?
Because you just join and I don't hear like the joining noise and it just goes. And I'm like, "Ah!"
Okay. Before the stream starts, it didn't. It hasn't started, right?
It has started.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I'm just like,
All right. Nice to hear from you again. Okay. What do you have planned for this stream?
just playing Vintage Story, really.
Nice. Are you gonna play single or multiplayer?
Multiplayer.
Mind if I join?
No, of course, go ahead. It's in Mudwall.
Okay. I mean, I haven't seen you play anywhere else in terms of multiplayer, so I don't know. Maybe you do. There's no way. There's no way for me to know. To know. Listen, I'm not good at English. Okay, never mind. You already knew that. Um,
Oh,
how's your week been? Your
busy.
weekend? Yeah, I can relate. You know, there's something that happens that in the very end of the year, at the very end of the year, it just loads me with more work, and I say, why? Why did you have to do this?
Imagine my school year just started. Cries. Cries.
That's how education works.
I'm a bit far away from home right now, so it'll take me a while to get back.
Yeah, I understand that. Sorry. It's a little cold here. No, I actually heard from somewhere that it's actually snowing there.
It was, it isn't anymore.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Sadly, no. It was snowing on Friday. I woke up and there was snow outside. I was like, snow! And now there's no more snow.
Ah, okay, there goes my window of opportunity.
Yep, it rained and all the snow went away. It does that.
Ah, it does happen. Well, I don't. I'm not one to say that, but I guess maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah, when you. My brain blinked. Give me like a minute.
No worries. That, that happens to me sometimes. But I
Yeah, I
don't
have no
think
idea where that
so much.
thought went. I have no idea.
It was just enough that. No, Jesus Christ. Okay.
I had a thought and then another thought, and then they ricocheted off each other, and now I can't find either anymore.
Oh, let's change topic then.
Cries.
If it happens to come back, just tell me.
Okay. So, how are you enjoying school?
Enjoying and school? Don't go.
Yeah, I'm fairly
Okay.
sure that school and hell are in a are synonyms at this point.
They are, Connor, they are.
Yep, I guess.
It's kind of funny. I had the same thing basically happen that you did with the snow. We had like, I think like 10 minutes where it was starting to snow like the other night, and then it went like immediately to sleet and just washed it. I was like, damn it!
I mean, we live pretty close to each other, so that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, for some reason my house like at least in recent years like always managed to like miss the snow. Like everybody else around me's like, we got like a foot of snow. And I was like, yeah, there's nothing on the ground over here.
L,
Lots of rain.
imagine we get snow every year and school never gets canceled. Ever. We just have to kind of sit there in the snow.
Yep.
That's fair.
But hey, it could be like up in Alaska where it's like, yeah, it's only 8 feet of snow. You're still going to school.
True, it could be Alaska.
But maybe I'd probably be quite happy in Alaska. It's like,
Alaska
wait, you're telling me
isn't
no
like
sun
super
and all
far away
snow?
from the
Yep.
United States.
It is pretty far.
Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Why is it? I
Like,
don't
almost
understand.
two
Why
states
is it in the
higher.
United States if it's next to Canada? Literally, it's like one wing of Canada.
Because we bought it out from the owners of the area at the time because they were trying to get rid of
I don't
land
think that
that they
happens
thought
anywhere
was
else in the
useless,
world. It's
and we got
interesting.
basically sold a bill of goods. But then we found oil, so it's actually even
Hi
more valuable
there.
than I thought.
You. Yeah, we found oil and basically stayed. We stay for oil. That's it.
And gold.
we true and gold.
Yeah, I'm actually
I
fairly
just
sure
live
that
in
the
fear
Canadian
when
oil
like
were
they like
really
look in
hard.
Antarctica and are like, you know what? Let's look for gold here, and then they actually find gold, and there goes Antarctica.
Not so much gold, but there is evidence of palladium.
Do you
However,
think
it's like
there's no? I don't think
it's
because
under like 1,000 feet of ice.
do you
So
know
it's kind
like
of hard to get to.
the polar opposites, like the ice, the glaciers, like the very point of the earth are like mostly ice, but there's like earth under it, right? What about resources under there? I think America
Yeah,
goes wherever oil goes. Oil goes, you know.
America, when the third world country discovers oil.
Have some
oh,
freedom.
did you or
M16s.
yeah, not oil, but did you hear that apparently Uganda found the largest known source of gold that's ever been found in
No,
like
no, it's the United
and
States.
they're planning like in like roughly 3 years they're going to be
Okay, we are now.
probably somewhere in like the top three
Anyways,
countries, but it's like only because of gold.
I mean, hey, if it works, it works. You see, the U.S. has our national supply is of gold. Other countries, like let's say Canada, for example's national supply is maple syrup. Not even a joke.
yes, yeah, I know that. I think everyone does. You know,
Fun fact: a
Right,
while
but they
ago,
actually
somebody actually managed to steal like a frick ton of it. Like I think it was like over like what was it? Like I think it was
is
over
it
like
gonna
100 liters, and they couldn't find who did it.
yeah, it's actually pretty common for like
20
how we treat
gallons?
oil
20 gallons of
transport down here.
maple syrup.
They treat syrup transport up there. It's kind of
Well,
funny.
that's a
Ah,
lot.
give me a second, real quick.
All right.
You should just like
Okay,
invite
have
us or
fun.
invite your sister to the stream. Have her talk to all of us.
No. I'll be right
Okay.
You
back.
don't want to say spread the insanity?
Okay, see you later, alligator.
I love my
See you
sister a
later.
bit more than that.
Yeah, it is funny though, like how much the Canadians like try to protect their syrup and stuff. I just love that they actually like successfully like stopped a big trade from happening at one point between I can't remember who it was between. It was like some big company in like France or something, because they said that if
Okay,
like, if it
since
went
Oliver
through, they were
isn't
going
here
to cut
anymore,
off the...
maybe I can talk something else. You know what? I'm gonna teach something to the audience.
What you gonna do? Are you gonna mess around with the audience?
Do you like space, chat? Because space is amazing, but I don't think there's a way yet of sending a ship to another solar system. What do? Okay, the main thing you want to do is find two neutron stars that are really small stars, but you put them. How do you put them? You put them like in the gravitational pulls, in the gravitational pull of other ones. So they go like they rotate against each other. So they just make a spiral. And what else? All right. And so what NASA does to send chips quickly from one end to another is use rockets. It's use the gravitational pull of another planet or stars in this case to send the chips quicker, right? So what do? You put those neutron stars, which in themselves have a lot of gravitational pulls because they have a lot of mass, in a small places like 18 miles of radius. It's real small, but it's a real there's a lot of mass in there, right? And what do? You throw the rocket against one of them. Well, not against one, just around one to make the orbit. And once they get pulled, you quickly need to get out of the orbit because otherwise you'll crash against the star, right? But if you don't, you can
won't
send
even crash again. You'll slowly evaporate.
you can send the rocket, fling it to another place of the galaxy at 0.27 times the speed of light. That is really fast. That's a quarter of the speed of light. You can get to the next galaxy in the next galaxy, next solar system in about 15 years. Now that doesn't sound as much, does it? Well, that sounds like a lot of years, right? Well, it really isn't compared what it takes just using the orbit of Earth, because otherwise you'd take like 15, no, not 15, like 19,000 years together, and that's just not profitable. Is it now? Now, establishing a colony in another solar system, that's the difficult thing. Okay, I'm done speaking nerdy things. I'm not a nerd.
Yeah.
What happened to
Vibin.
Connor anyway? She's not speaking.
Yeah.
Connor, hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello? Connor,
Testing, can you hear me?
I'm speaking.
Hello?
You're muted,
Hello?
bro.
Hello? Do you have me really low?
Hello?
Testing, is that better? Era, can you hear me now?
Oh, okay, maybe I went off topic.
Hello? Hello, Era?
If you haven't yet, subscribe to this channel because it has a really good content creator. There's nothing else like this in Twitch. Nothing like it.
Testing.
I'm gonna eat my dessert. And wait for Oliver to get back because I don't know how to play this game. Okay.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Why is it so hard to play this game, right? It's almost like Minecraft, but not quite. I mean,
Era, you there?
the premise is interesting, but it's not Minecraft. That's the problem. I think that the route is Minecraft's taking now, since Technoblade's passing, rest in peace. It's not gonna be any better. But if Minecraft is to fall off, maybe this game can take off. Like, maybe this game can get some popularity. There's something to the challenge. Do I? I don't know. Let me see. Let me check. Ah, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, I didn't even
Would I be
realize
guessing that I
did
was completely
I'm sorry.
muted or something?
No, you weren't.
I even
don't
like
tell
talking to
Oliver
you,
I'm
tried to like reply to what you were saying and stuff, and I was like, why the hell can he not hear me? I was like, Mess heard me earlier. Why can't I hear me? That's
Okay,
kinda-
don't tell Oliver. That was a mistake. I did that like as a joke, and I forgot to turn it on.
Nice. Yeah, I was saying on the star thing that it is an interesting idea. Sadly, with how hard it is to move the stars, it would be even less manageable to use something like a neutron star for that. Even though it is a good idea, there is a postulate about how to do that. I believe it's called the Greggian slipstream or something like that. But unfortunately, at least with the technologies we have right now, it's pretty much impossible. But it is one of the more interesting ways to make space travel more reasonable.
Yeah.
One that I was looking at, or has been looking at, is instance point. Effectively, a potential method in order to temporarily kind of pinhole your way through one part of dimensional space to another that in theory works, like that mathematically it seems to work out, and the energy tests that they have done seem to point that it would work the way it does. It's just we don't have enough energy production currently to actually achieve it, at least not on a global scale or anything bigger than like a 2 micron scale.
Yeah, probably not. Okay.
Yeah, interesting though. But yeah, so you were mentioning though that this game, like, it was interesting to you because it's similar to Minecraft, and that's actually because this game did come from a group of people that were fans of a particular mod pack in Minecraft that didn't update for a lot of years, so they made this game to make a version that was supposed to be on a system that's more stable than Minecraft is, and they wanted to go in a slightly different direction of it and stuff, and that's where Vintage Story came from. The actual mod pack it's from basically takes all of the grindy and hard to learn parts of this game and kicks it up to 11, and that's Terra Firma Craft, which actually did just have a new version come out. It's not up to the modern Minecraft, but it's newer than it was. Instead of it being on like, I think it was on 1.07 for the longest time, and now it's finally got an update to,
I want to say it's 1.14, which is like a humongous jump up in technology in Minecraft. But
Yeah.
good pack, but boy, is it a tough pack. Yeah. What is it you're trying to learn how to do in Vintage Story though, in particular?
Nothing. I just don't know how to play the game. That's the thing. Anyways, okay, can you delete the message from General? I mean, Oliver probably is gonna check the stream. So hi, Obi. I just did a joke. I messed up. I'm sorry. If you're saying this, I'm sorry.
Yep, no problem. Message.
In case wait. In case he doesn't, maybe you can delete the message you send in general, so maybe I can avoid getting in trouble. Please. Very please. Oh shit.
I sent a message in chat for you. Maybe not one that'll help you though.
Thank you. Oh damn it.
I can just imagine when Ollie gets back at how long did you have him muted for? It's like, apparently he never heard my voice.
Okay, not all the time. Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna reconnect my headphones real quick. I'll see if I can do that. Let's see if that actually works.
Okay.
Testing, is that, or does that work? I can hear you more
Is Oli
now.
back? Wait. Is he back?
They're not back yet. No, I just switched over to my headphones so they can actually hear you a little bit better.
Okay. Is Oliver back? Because I think I need to write an apology. Damn it. God damn it. Damn it. Fucking damn it. No. No. This isn't funny. This isn't funny, man. Come on. Granted, what I did wasn't funny after, but Jesus Christ.
I was just like, there's too much stuff going on. It's like, yeah,
No, don't say deal. Jesus Christ. It sounds like I made a mistake because I did. God damn it. This isn't funny.
I just wish my computer was working right now. Because I'd definitely like jump on and play with y'all, but it is bricked. Again. Who pings me? Oh, just an announcement. Like I always think somebody's like sending a message or something, and it's like, nope, it's just randomly some channel like, hey, we're doing a random fundraiser for this so and so project. It's like, well, okay,
so
why did you have to add everybody?
sorry, Connor. Sorry, Connor. I'm just a little on edge because I'm a little troubled. Just do that. Okay, you may see that I'm making this a big of a deal, but you know what? I'm just gonna DM it to you. All right?
Okay.
Okay. Open DM.
I think you sent it to the wrong person.
No, you didn't. Because I'm just sending it. Okay, you go.
Oh, it just took a while. I was like, whatever it was, it didn't.
Listen. I'm talking. I'm typing from my phone. All right?
No, it's okay. It's totally good. I was just kind of giving you crap over it more than anything.
Okay. I want you to keep your mouth shut for a second because I'm gonna text you something. So you can understand why I'm on edge. All right?
Yep.
You got that? Okay. We can try.
Welcome back to chaos. No, don't worry.
Okay,
I'm just
no,
quiet because
right.
I'm drinking tea. How was your sister? Yeah, no, because I just figured that she'd like your dad, and I just pissed her off or something, and she hung up or something. I know. I said I imagined your dad would have pissed her off, and she hung up or something. Yep.
Okay, how was your call? But you can hear me for later, so
Yeah, she loves you. She loves to ditch you. Yeah.
okay, that's understandable. I mean, I don't have any brothers, so I couldn't relate, but me.
Yeah, I think your sister's really been like the only person that you've only ever said like only good things about, pretty much. Fair enough then. FBI, do not listen in on that.
This is a robbery. This is a robbery. Okay, I'm kidding. Hey, what happened?
Yeah, I wish my computer worked so I could actually get on and play with y'all.
Excuse me, what? Oh, okay, there we go. Did you just have this rooster and this chicken? What does that mean? Okay. Makes sense.
I just thought something kind of funny that it was something that I like thought up in or for a 7 Days to Die thing I was watching, but it would actually probably work pretty well on this too. On a server, but on a server like this, yeah, because they had a modded thing where you could actually pick up the chickens and you could put them back down. But I was thinking this. My idea was make like a maze, probably maybe even like a multi-level maze, and have different entrances in it, and a whole bunch of chickens spread throughout. And then everybody has like a certain amount of time, and you have to herd or capture the chickens and try to get as many as you can while navigating the maze before like the timer runs out. So I was just thinking that in Vintage Story could be like hilariously chaotic.
See you later. See you later.
Yep, I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, god damn it. What's so funny?
It's like we get them back and then they're gone, and we get them back and then they're gone.
Happens.
Yeah.
Get used to it.
It's been happening in like a lot of my chats recently as well. It's kind of laughing. It's like somebody be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go join you guys." Okay, I'm here. Oh wait, I need to go get pizza. Okay, I'm back. Oh wait, I need to go drop off the mail. Okay, I'm back. like pick one and stay there.
Listen. I mean, I get it because Oliver is like the youngest brother, so I understand they needed a lot of times.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't relate because I don't have a brother myself, but
yeah,
I sympathize with him. I guess he has a good reason for
oh
most
yeah.
things. Okay, you got it.
What?
You got it.
Good? Or did you say good? Sorry, the signal is a little bit rough.
You got it.
Got what?
What I was trying to tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just thought you sent more messages. Sorry. Mobile Discord is not exactly the most logical thing to use.
Yeah, possibly. Hey, welcome back, buddy.
I don't know how long I'm
Not-
gonna be
not-
back. We are switching back and forth between. Okay, she's not picking up too. Hey, maybe she will. So.
You know, Connor was just complaining about it.
Well, not completely. It was just funny because like I think the last 7 groups I've been on in Discord, we've had like 1 or 2 people that it's like they pop in and then they have to go do something else. Do they pop back again? And then they go. It was just kind of like, oh, kind of got a pattern going here.
It happens.
Yeah.
It does happen. You know.
Like one day when we have like instant travel and perfect like call interface things and everything else, then we won't have to worry about this. But sadly, that's going to be quite a ways off.
Quite a ways off. Definitely.
Not our lifetime. It's just not our lifetime, you know? That just happens. Sadly.
I mean, unless we actually manage to get full dive VR going, in which case a lot of that will actually start getting a lot easier to do. But that's kind of depending on if that technology actually manages to get running in the short term. I just have to imagine like well over half of my friends would just like decide, okay, I'm just living in the VR world now.
That would be awkward.
What would be wait, can you repeat yourself?
Oh, I was saying once we have like the full dive, so like when you go like in the movies and the shows, like when you go all the way into the game and it's as if you are the character you're playing. I was saying that I can definitely imagine that well over half of my friends would just be like, I'm just living in the VR world now. They don't even try to find me in the real world. It's like, yeah.
Fair.
It's like, yeah, why be in this world when you can be the one with dragons? It's like, okay, you have a point.
Like dragons.
Yeah, you,
Like I have-
you just don't know. You know what? That actually reminds me of that movie. You remember Ready Player One?
Mm-hmm.
That
The
was.
book's better than the movie.
It's not a good
Well.
movie.
The books are always better than the movies. I will die on this
but in
hill.
that case, it's really better than the movie.
You can say that again. You can say that again.
In particular, all three books that thing's based off of, because they tried to like. They
They
kind
tried
of
to jam
shove
multiple
all three
books in a
into-
movie. Oh, that never ends well.
Yeah. No, they cut a lot of stuff out. And also kind of messed up some of the characters. Like, some of their key points of what made them them, they kind of were like, well, we don't have time to do the exposition, so we're just going to take that off their character. And it's like, that doesn't work so well.
Oh boy.
Yeah. That tends to happen. Except maybe in The Boys. Did you know The Boys, the Amazon Prime show? That is actually the opposite situation because the books are worse than the show. It's actually funny. I don't
That's
know
why you gotta
how-
take a show that's like really bad and make it into a book that's really bad and make it into a show because nobody's gonna complain about it, the quality of it.
You know that's right. You got a point.
Like
Don't-
I know
don't
for an
ever
example,
read
if
it.
anyone made any show about Stargirl, first off, I'd judge them. Out of all the good books, why did they choose a bad one? And second off, it would definitely be better than the book. I'm pretty sure anything's better than that book.
Which Stargirl? The DC comic or the classic novel?
The classic novel.
Okay, yes, I totally agree.
Oh.
There's almost no way for them to actually make that worse.
There is
I say
literally
almost.
no, don't say that. Don't say that.
No, I said almost. There are ways, but you'd have to try. Like, maybe if we gave it to the director of Aragon or the director of the real-life or Avatar, then maybe it could get worse. Outside of that, I don't think so.
I was forced to read that in 6th grade. It was
Yeah.
horrible.
What?
Stargirl.
Basically, it's like
Ah.
you can be yourself, and then the girl changes her entire personality for a guy. And then she goes, you
Yeah.
know what, this is abusive, and the whole thing's written from the guy's perspective, so he's like, why did she leave? Half the book's literally just him be feeling sorry for himself.
Yep.
What?
Yeah,
That's pathetic.
Didn't they make a Lifetime series off of that for
yes, they did.
a while? Yeah. I heard really bad things about that one.
Everything about that book is bad. There is no redeeming qualities.
It's like if they took 50 Shades of Grey and took the smut out of it.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah.
How can you do that? How can you do that? The show is gonna be 18 plus either way.
Just take, okay, so 50 Shades of Grey, make it so it's two teenagers who are both broke, and make them extremely less smart, and get rid of the smut, and that's Stargirl, smiley face, and also it's
And-
set in Arizona.
And make it so that like the goal of being the perfect person is basically being the most Mr. Vanilla you can possibly be, damn near.
Oh yeah,
You got the
she was
marriage
literally,
problem.
she was like a pick-me girl at the beginning, and then slowly transitioned into a pick-me girl that has ascended, is the only way I can think to describe that. I'm not a
Yeah.
pick-me girl anymore. I'm just a horrible person.
Except that she was already kind of a horrible person to begin with.
She was, but she became worse. And, like, I feel so bad for the antagonist of that series, which was, like, that one girl. Because she, like... This girl literally showed up to, like... Imagine somebody shows up to, like... your grandfather's funeral and starts crying without even knowing him. Like... I'd hate that person, too.
Yeah.
Who are you again? Why are you crying? You didn't even know this man.
Legit, like, she had moved into town, like, what, like 2 days earlier?
You know, maybe it was a close-knit town. Maybe people knew each other, but no, that was.
It was a very close-knit town, but she'd literally been there for, like, 2 weeks. Like, that, maybe that's enough,
Think it was
like...
been 2 weeks.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. This happened, like, really early on in the book, you're right. But, like, bro, like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, even then, like, if it is a really close-knit town, like, yeah, maybe you would get invited. She didn't get invited, though, was the thing. And she showed up anyway. Like, everyone in a small town would, like, know of it. So, like, I could understand, like, showing up and going, hey, I'm sorry, if you ever need me, I'm gonna be here for you. Like, in a tight-knit town, I say, like, that's acceptable. Like...
And, or if somebody was, like, incredibly, like, empathic, and you realize that part of their personality is, like, they really form bonds, or, like, they have strong feelings for the people around them, even if it's somebody they only just met. Okay, maybe that would also make sense.
Yeah, but no!
But they're not. There's no empathy in that character at all. So it's like...
Why?
Yeah.
Get out! No one wants, like, girl... She was, like, sitting there like, I can't believe he's gone. He was such a good person. Like, girl, this man could have killed multiple children and you'd have no idea.
Yeah, it would be like one of those, like, the Hollywood star fans that only the fan for, like, their character, like, how the characters look, going to, like, the funeral and being, like, trying to say, like, oh yeah, they were my, like, I was so close to them and I knew them so well, and everybody else just, like, staring at them like, what the
Bro, who are you?
Who are you again?
But, like, and then there's, like, also, like, I think the worst part about the fact that I had to read it in 6th grade was the fact that it was that time where a bunch of people were, you know, being pick-me's.
Yeah.
And so a bunch of people were like, oh my gosh, I'm just like Stargirl.
Oh, come on.
You said it, not us. Yeah, that's really one of those. Let me get that on recording. I'll play this back to you in a few years and see how you feel then. Yeah, that is just not a good time to make somebody read that. It's like, I could see it maybe like end of junior high or high school, but
it was like, so painful.
Yeah.
And then, like, we had to do, like, 10 million projects on it, like, explaining why it was such a good book. And I'm sitting there like, it's such a good reference of what not to do.
Okay, now that I can
do.
And I got points marked off for saying negative things about it.
Well, that
it was worth it. It was worth it.
Why do I have this feeling your teacher was a very, like, wants to be, like, the prim and proper, perfect girl, like, young teacher, or older, you know, the teacher that's, like, still got, like, I have to be, like, the perfect model of a classic, like, 50s ideal thing.
I think she just didn't. I think she was like being like, "Yeah, I know what young kids nowadays like, blatant sex, right, guys? Right, guys."
Yeah.
This is definitely the best book I could teach to my kids in the class who are going through, like, one of the hardest stages in their life. Just abandon your entire personality for someone. Smiley face.
No, just
well, I mean, that is
like...
practically what the schools teach us to do anyway.
True.
Yeah. I mean, of course... Wait. Of course, they could read something like To Kill a Mockingbird, an actually good book.
True.
They just pass on that opportunity. You know?
Hey, it could be worse.
Yeah.
It could be the book we read this year that, like, you know, just straight up talked about, doing things to people that you shouldn't do without their consent. It could be worse. It could be that. It could be that.
It could. Okay. So you're telling me that happened?
Yes, I understand why they picked the book, since I believe the stereotypes around things like that should definitely be broken down. I feel like the way that we were read it and the way that it was presented to us was definitely not good.
You know that
No.
that happens sometimes.
It was good intentions, bad execution.
Yeah.
That makes it, it's like one of those things where, like, if this was done right, it would be very effective. However,
You did not do
they
it
trust- they
right.
trust the teachers.
You did not do
They
it.
didn't do it right.
No, I feel like the problem was in fact the students and not the teacher in this scenario,
Oh.
because I was in a class, I'm still in a class with those, like, haha, lol, she definitely asked for it though.
Ah,
Smiley face. Why isn't
You know-
fighting allowed on school, honestly? Those kids need to be taught a lesson. Honestly,
I blame the education system. You know, that actually reminds me to a book that I had to read this year. It was called The Reader. I don't know, The Reader. That was how it's
oh,
called.
okay. Yep, I've read that. Yeah.
I have not.
Have you read that one? Okay, so it's a German book. It is actually actually about a boy who's not very good at school, but he meets a girl once, an old woman who was part of the SS, the ones of the Nazis, and she makes it. Okay, it's not a good premise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yikes.
No, I'm not gonna talk about it because
Yeah.
it's really traumatic. Because it's a little boy and a grown woman.
Yeah, that's a yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes, right? And I had to read
I-
that. Jesus Christ, it was torture. You have no idea.
Yeah. The only thing I will say for that one is, aside from the story being horrible, but which was kind of the point of it, but I will say it was extremely well written to get the points they were trying to get across about, because they were trying to, like, show, like, the vileness of the SS people and stuff like that. It's like, they did a good job. I will give them credit. They made you feel as uncomfortable as that should have.
Yeah, it was.
Hey
like,
kids, you want to feel
it was-
uncomfortable?
With this book. Jesus Christ.
It's like, who needs grim fairy tales when you just have real life scare horrors?
Wee woo, who needs fairy tales when you have looks at history? That!
Okay, that isn't very child friendly. That isn't very PG-13. You know, then I had to read something like the man who mistook his wife for a hat. You know that book?
What?
No.
He
Then I had
mistook
to-
his wife for what?
A hat?
The man who. Yes, that happened. Okay, let me explain. It's not a novel. It's well, technically no. It's a book about a neurologist speaking about mentally sick patients.
Okay.
The thing is, the man who mistook his wife for a hat because, okay, it's actually a lot of cases, but the first one is the man who mistook his wife for a hat. What happens? What happens is the man can't focus in something if he isn't singing. It sounds weird, but it happens in real life because it's a record. You can see.
We're not in there yet. I'm going to you.
You know,
Yes.
it's actually really funny. There's one guy that was a sailor that forgot that it was looping back in time. Like there was a time recorded in his mind, and he couldn't progress after that because He actually remembers. No, it's actually 19 something. It's actually no, it's 1999, 1998, 96. I don't remember. It was. It wasn't. It wasn't the time he was saying. All right. He always forgot. There was something about a song getting catched inside someone's brain. I mean, not in the sense like this song's catchy, like literally playing their brain and just couldn't stop it. It's actually an interesting book because it talks about the life of people with mental problems, severe ones. Because I don't know, something that couldn't let you live. No offense intended. Um, yeah, that's the book.
Yeah, I've read a couple books like that, not that particular one, but it's very interesting to see some of those viewpoints on, or like how they deal, or like how they view the world when it's so different from how you do.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting. It actually was written by someone with the same name as this guy, Oliver Sacks. Now, well, I don't know the last name, but well, I don't know all his last name, but I know the writer of the book was Oliver Sacks.
How'd you find out the book that I wrote?
Yeah, you're definitely a surgeon, brain surgeon, of course.
How'd you know? Of course I am.
How couldn't I? How couldn't I have noticed? Can I know your last name?
No.
I'm kidding. I know.
I mean, if somebody was going to be, or was going to be able to like fake a persona online well enough that it seemed like a real person, it would probably have to be somebody at least on mental par with a brain surgeon or something.
Yeah.
Because to completely fool somebody and make it seem like it's a real person they're talking to is not an easy task, especially when there's like video and everything too.
Yeah, no, it isn't very easy.
Ouch.
Well, unless you're Lloyd, but that's because.
Yeah. I think he's had a bit more training in me in that area.
Hello?
So you claim.
Someone join the call.
It's probably my dad who joined the call.
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
Hello?
he's going to the bathroom real quick. He's not here right now.
Okay. Sorry. Jesus.
Yeah, I discovered an underground ruin, so we're going to explore it together.
Bring lots of
Yes.
You're not allowed to come, Era. You don't have any armor. You will die.
Do I look like a
Hey, I've taken on entire underground fortresses with no armor. It's not fun. It's not exactly an easy prospect. You can do it.
Yeah, okay, I'm not letting Era die. Yeah, no, you don't know where I am.
Yeah, bet. You think I don't know where you are, but I'll find you. Okay, don't take that out of
I'm taking that out of context.
No. No. Stop.
You know, we could practically have just a channel of Era out of context.
No.
It would not be anywhere near as bad as Ollie out of context.
Hey!
Yeah. You know what? You make a fair point there, Connor. I'm gonna agree with you.
I'll have you know my random jokes are very much appreciated.
But you know, I think we all know what the best out of context one would probably be, and that'd be Tay out of context. Because in context or out of context, half the things just don't make sense.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm setting up the ladders right now.
There's no saying otherwise. I'll tell you that much. Yes, I don't know where you are. Can I know where you are?
We're in a cave.
Can you give me the location of the cave?
You don't have armor, Era. I'm not sending you to your death.
No, but you know, he could come up on the top and dig an escape ladder down straight down to you, so you at least don't have to go back through the cave if things go bad.
We have an escape ladder already, though.
Oh, okay.
As long as nothing is range, I'll be fine. Just tell
They
me.
all have range, Era. They all.
Actually, if he's still at home in my chest, if I remind
Well, look how much I care.
I have leather body armor. Grab that.
Help me. Help me.
Just saying.
I mean, the
Come
Drifter
on.
Stones are the like lowest damage in the game, so it wouldn't be that bad if they hit you. Just do not let them melee you.
But the problem is that the type of ruin that I found is really close quarters. There's no way they wouldn't hit you.
Well, that's why you light up and block off areas as you clear.
It just stays behind us. Be safe. Just stay behind us.
It wouldn't be safe, Dad.
There is a big boy can make his own
They-
decisions. Apparently not. He just got the one. Apparently not.
I don't think they can hear you, Dad. I can't hear you through Discord.
I can hear.
Jesus fucking. Oh, Jesus.
Come on, it should be okay. I'll double check once again. Once again.
Sorry,
I'm
something
guessing your
fell off
output
my
got
desk.
turned down or something.
Sorry, something fell off my desk. Sorry, I have to swear.
Check. Once again, check.
Hey, Ollie.
What?
I almost just swore too, but that's because there's a good 9-inch spider that I just saw that's right beside my foot.
We don't get those here.
Nice. Nice.
Okay,
Of course.
where is something very, very heavy that I can drop from a distance?
Let me get in and see what's up with my
I want to drop that on him.
Are you in Australia right now? Are you Australian corner?
Says I'm connected.
You are in connected, but I can't hear you. Maybe try getting out and get back in.
Okay, he's trapped under a container. Not sure what I'm going to do now, but at least he's trapped.
Do you have a boulder of Okay.
No. It says that you're speaking, but I can't hear you.
Neither can I.
I'm hooked in.
It's like I can hear just a very, very quiet whisper, but that's about it.
Yeah, but that's from Oliver's end. That's the thing.
That's weird.
Huh.
Mm-mm.
You know, it's actually Oliver's mic.
Okay. Well, I'll play with it after we go in. That's it.
Okay. Take some food from this.
I
Then.
almost wonder if Discord like auto connected to the wrong mic or something.
Oh, maybe.
Because I know I thought that before.
Yep. Let me protect you from the 3 rabbits.
Hey, if those
Oh,
are the killer
dangerous.
bunnies, that's a legitimate thing.
Yes. Wait, are they?
Well, there's killer rabbits. They're rare, but they're a thing.
They are a thing. Okay.
Yeah, they are a serious boss mob because they move like 5 times faster than any other enemy I can think of. They're like less than they're rabbit sized, and they do more damage than a bear. I want to say it's like a 1 in
I can't.
it's like a 1 in 40,000 chance for a rabbit to turn into a killer bunny or something.
There was a chance in Minecraft once from spawning another rabbit. 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 Howdy. Howdy. I don't have anything valuable with me. Is it? Okay, maybe I do because I have a hammer and chisel. Damn it. Anyway, I'm ready to go in.
Note to self: never look inside a gaming chair's structure. These things like suck up dust like nobody. Ugh. That's getting clear.
Where'd you go? Can I help with something?
Just give me a second, Era. I was talking to
Okay.
Era. Yeah. Okay.
What? Yes, I think that makes sense. Let me see. No, he's a mute. Okay, that's good to know. Nothing yet.
So tough, I got the right line. It just says name. Time for a new
What?
what?
Does that have to do with what we're talking about or with something else?
Yep, just give me a second because I have to make a reed basket.
Oh, Jesus. Forgot their physics. Their physics. Damn it.
Yeah, the water physics in that game are a little iffy at times.
Era, you said you had a hammer and a chisel, right? Put them in the reed basket.
Okay.
Probably just not a hammer and a sickle.
Pam. El jugador. What happened? A death message was just sent to me in Spanish. What?
You weren't
That's
hearing anything in
interesting.
game?
Yes.
No, I mean, I think they
What?
mean in call.
I'll be up.
On.
What?
My sister got on call.
Well, what happened? How's it going,
We'll
buddy?
be back like 20 minutes.
What? Again with the sister thing? Okay.
Just need to get her in the game, then she can really stay in call for as long as she wants.
Yay! No, they left. Shit. I'm leaving.
I'm curious how long it'll be on stream until they leave again.
What?
I'm curious how long it'll be until like the stream catches up to what's going on.
Maybe it will. I don't know.
Currently, they're still cutting wood and chopping stuff. It looks like.
They Oliver was chopping down the cattail.
Okay. Yep. Polly is just laughing now, and I think that was a laugh from about her sister calling again. So yeah, not as bad as lag as it's been before.
They stopped the stream? What?
Yeah, I had the stream open in like a mini player on here, but it was that far behind. It only just went to the be right back screen.
Wow. It's actually a nice animation, right?
Yep.
I find it very pretty. I mean, Oliver did a good job.
Yep.
He has nice art, you know?
Yeah. That particular animation just kind of reminds me of one of the other another streamer that I watched that I'm somewhat friends with and stuff. That they did they have a Kobold VR or VTuber thing, and whenever they go on pause, they have their little Kobold in a hoodie spinning around on a little Roomba that goes back and forth on the ground. Like,
You know,
yeah,
Oliver actually wanted to make a VTuber for Bad Hair Days. I don't think he has one of those, but I think he does think that. So he's making a VTuber for that.
yeah, he's mentioned that before that they wanted to do a VTuber, or I think they wanted to do a B-tuber was how they put it.
Yep. Actually, yeah,
probably
I'll be
looking
right
to
back.
see.
I need to.
At some point, I want to look
You
into
can
seeing
run.
what it takes to make a VTuber model because I've definitely done similar art before, just never with like the VTuber rigging and everything. But it could be fun. Man, some of the memes that my friends send are just interesting.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I left. I needed to change something. I'm
No
back
problem.
now. Hey, Connor.
If never, I was just checking, looking at all the messages that were up on other servers and stuff.
Okay. How many servers are you on?
My servers are maxed out at the moment, and that's with me
How-
having already gotten rid of some to get other ones logged in. I used to have more, but
how
when
many?
I no longer had the old school Discord Premium thing because that finally got ended, I had to get rid of some servers.
Wait, Connor. How many is that? How many is the max?
It's either 100 or 200, and I'm decently
Why are
active in
you
pretty much
so
all
many?
of them.
Jesus Christ! You really have some emotion, don't you, buddy?
What?
You really have some attention to attend to all of them at the same time.
Yeah, generally. I mean, there's definitely channels that I mute and stuff because it's just like, okay, this doesn't concern me that much, or if I need to check in on this, I'll check in manually. But yeah, it can be chaotic at times, that's for sure. But it's like I'd say probably half of them are like YouTube/Twitch people that I follow. Maybe a quarter of my channels are like friends, and then the rest are usually like games that I support, like Kickstarted and stuff like that.
Oh, nice, nice.
There might be a couple. There's also a couple things like some art, some role playing game, like online game ones and stuff. But most of those have been pretty dead for a while. So
Cool. All right. Yeah. Sure. Right. Yeah. Nice.
okay, I like that meme. Oh, so you wake up in the middle of the night and you see this. What do you do? And there's Michael Myers standing at the top of the stairs with his knife. And the like number one response was, "Breathe a sigh of relief, knowing I'm not going to have to go into work tomorrow." So it's like, God, that's relatable.
You don't have to go.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you're not gonna have to work ever again, but hey, at least you don't have to work.
How do you imagine hell is like?
How do I imagine what?
How do you imagine hell is like?
It depends on which one you hit or which one you head to. Some of them have decent gaming casinos. Some of them, yeah, not so much, or not so much. You have to deal with like more tedious stuff. It kind of depends on how well you're able to smooth talk the devils, demons, or elder gods that are running the particular hell you go to.
I mean, I imagine like the demon comedy. I think how it's called, the Dante one. That there's like several rings, and each one have a certain punishment.
Okay, so a classic Dante style. Okay.
I imagine it like something like that.
Yeah,
I
that's
actually
definitely at least one of them.
Yeah, I mean, at least it has one level. Um, what else?
Technically,
What
there
about
is a
heaven?
tenth ring. Technically, there is a tenth ring in that system, but there's like exactly one person in the tenth ring, and they don't. Yeah, you don't want to be involved in the tenth ring.
What about heaven? What about something like heaven?
Well, in all reality, heaven, hell, so on and so forth, generally would be something that would be based, or they're effectively more or less somewhat the same. It depends on like what you viewed yourself as well as a number of other instances as to what shows up. But at least a heaven thing would probably like the major one would be something along the lines of um, or like more or less like the people that you cared about, um, and like the things that you cared about like all your life would be a copy of them more or less in there in a way that that everything is safe and protected for the rest of the time, able to happily end out your days. But then again, there's other variants too where you might, or in some places it's almost more like like a secondary life after this one based on what you did. Or there's also the rebirth angle. You could always try and go for that, which is a whole can of worms depending on which version you or ends up being aimed for and stuff.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I've spoken with my dad about it. There's supposed to be like something like karma, and that karma carries out to the next life. I don't know
Yeah.
what to think about afterlife, but I just want to live life like it is now,
Yep.
right? I
Yep.
mean, if you think there's only gonna be one life, why not make it the best one?
Yep.
I actually worry about sometimes, is self-game ending. I actually remember seeing a movie about it. There was like an special space for hell for people who didn't want their life anymore. That's actually pretty sad. Um, So what happens to people to do that is actually they go down there and they forget who they are. They forget what people look like. It's like it's like a third dimension. It's actually really strange and everything. I just it saddens me to think about it because
Yeah.
it's not a pretty thing to think about, you know.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, I went off topic. Anyways, I hope Oliver doesn't check this stream because otherwise I'm fucked. Jesus Christ. What happened, Connor? You're not speaking anymore.
Sorry, I was both listening and also reading or through the messages that my friends have been sending and stuff like that.
You know, it's actually easier to do one of both things. So you can either well, do the one that's better for you.
Yeah, I mean, I can do all just like I'm usually it's like my brain's thinking about like several different conversations, and sometimes it's because it's already hard for me to like speak in general times, but like doing reading conversations and then a spoken conversation at the same time. It's sometimes hard to get my brain to actually think the process to speak. It's like, right, I'm supposed to be speaking right now. My thoughts were not going out in an audible form.
Ouch, I'm sorry, buddy. How long did they say they were gonna take?
Um, it sounded like it could be anywhere from a couple minutes to potentially a couple hours, depending on how long the call goes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Give
it's
it
like
a Do you think that if you stream something to the call to the Discord call, it's gonna automatically go to the other stream? No, it wouldn't.
no. If the sounds are played through your Discord, in theory, your sounds would go through, but nothing else. Which could be funny to do is play like a whole bunch of things that sound really bad, but if you see that it was like, oh yeah, no, that's just random or wholesome or something like that.
Um, I actually remember there's actually a bot in this Discord server. We can play some music.
Yeah, there's that.
Okay. What do you want to play? Let's see.
Uh, oh, have you seen the new songs that Voice Plays come out with this for Halloween?
No, I don't usually listen to that. I usually just listen to Wizard. I'm joking, but you get my idea.
Let's see. I have no idea where the bot would be on here or how to.
It's pancake.
What? Sorry, you broke up there. What did you say?
Then the bot here is pancake, so the channel for it is pancake.
Oh, pancake. Let's see which channel was it. Okay. Let's see. Did anybody put the info on how to use it in here? Oh,
No,
wait.
I think you can just say
Music.
help.
Okay.
Oh no,
How to play this.
there we go. There's the command. Uh,
Okay. Is it? And it's a P exclamation mark space and then the command. Okay.
okay, what are you gonna play? Connor,
What?
are you gonna play something?
Also, I'm going to see if I've understood the command here correctly.
Let's see. Username, mention.
Not sure if it can search things or if it just does the regular. So I'm going to try see if it can search something, and we'll see if this works. Nope, that is not the right one.
Oh, wait.
I don't know how to stop it. Back up to the commands. Back up to the commands. I don't know what this is. Okay, yes.
Okay, I muted it. Jesus Christ, that was a problem. No, it's the other way. It's the
It's
other
not
way.
working. Why does it not
It's
stop?
the other way. It's the other way. No.
Oh God! I'm trying to figure out how to stop it. It won't do it. Ah!
Oliver, you're listening to this. Sorry. I don't know. We don't know what we're doing. You know the commands better. Help! Help! Oh shit! Oh, fuck.
Oh, I can't stop it because I don't have. What? I can start something, but I can't stop. Ah!
No, this is a problem. Okay. Connor, you're kidding. You are kidding, Connor. My God. Is it still playing? Is it?
Okay, she got it. Yeah, okay. Ollie managed to stop it. I couldn't actually stop it. So, funny enough, I could hit play with Pancake, but for some reason I couldn't use stop. Ollie,
Well, I muted it. I hope that
it's
helped.
gone now. It's gone now.
Okay, this is a problem. No, shucks. No. Okay, now just put the blame on me. All right. Fuck. No, Connor, please. No. No. Oh, fuck. No. No. Where's the OS? Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yep, it's all fixed. Yeah, I didn't think it would pop up directly in the chat like that. I thought I was going to play like on the server level because that's how most of the bots I have seen before works. But apparently not this one.
No, I don't know. I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to do it. No. Connor, please. Please tell me everything's gonna be okay, please.
What are the dogs barking about now?
Oh.
They're just barking, not even looking at anything. They're just staring at the wall and barking. Okay, yeah, dogs.
Jesus Christ. Okay, at least I muted it.
Yeah, I also didn't know that the stream was still going because it kicked me out earlier when it was on the pause screen. So I had to figure the stream had shut down or something.
Please.
Yeah, all good.
I'm gonna get hanged for this. This is gonna be a problem.
That's definitely a command though that we need to have just as a common perm though is the stop command because yeah that's one thing that just needs to be like a safety feature for anybody can go in and stop something because yeah
Yep.
it's like starting maybe not stopping yes definitely stopping.
I think the problem was you made a space in between.
Maybe,
You
but that's how the other command worked, was with the space. So
is there actually someone in chat? Because if there is, we may be trouble.
I was in there earlier and it crashed out, but I think that could be Ollie's dad because he usually just goes in AFKs in the chat. I was in there earlier until it crashed me out. Actually, technically, it could just be me, like with that weird like it crashed me out but didn't crash me out thing. Let's see if this will.
Okay, next time.
Yeah, I'm not even seeing mess on the. Oh, yep.
Okay, next time, Connor, let's remember, let's learn from this mistake and play copyright-free music. Audio jungle.
Okay, if there is nobody, or doesn't look like there's any. I don't think there's anybody in the chat. I think it was just my like when it crashed me out, it saved me as a viewer because I just rejoined the stream and it's still at one viewer. So I think that's just me.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a problem. Sucks.
If I still had my keyboard, I would just start. I would play something, but I that unfortunately broke a while ago, so I no longer have a keyboard to work with.
Did
Not
you
that I was
smash your
ever
keyboard?
super practiced with it.
Did you smash your keyboard against your desk or something? Did you rage in a game?
Oh no, I mean like a like piano keyboard. Like I had a little electric piano keyboard thing, just like a hobby level one. But yeah, no, I'd love to be able to use my computer because then I could do all sorts of stuff. But yeah, that's not working at the moment. Windows has completely and utterly shit its pants on my computer. Which I think it might be a hard drive issue because one of my friends that does, or like several of my friends that do quite a bit of tech stuff were like looking at the error codes and they were saying that it pretty much points at most likely when I got this computer, the hard drive was already flawed in some way, and that's what's been causing the issues.
Sorry, what?
It's okay. I was just saying that yeah, my computer is kind of toast, and it's just most likely it's like the main hard drive has an issue, at least from what my friends were able to look at while they were helping me out. So probably gonna have to get like a new hard drive and then just reinstall everything. Which there's worse things that could happen. It's not like the graphics card that I have to replace because, goo boy, that would be expensive.
Mm.
No, more expensive.
Oh, okay, there we go. That makes more sense. Actually, look at the Discord server.
Uh,
Look at this. This makes more sense. There we go.
who would you go with it?
Okay. Can we ban Connor from using the pancake server again? I'm kidding. Or am I?
At least they have a relatively simple command or program in it, unlike some of the bots I've seen where it's like, who the hell decided on these words? Yeah, this one actually is somewhat logical. Whoa. Yeah, there's a lot of commands on this.
Yep. Doesn't sound like most of them are useful, but right. So, Connor, have you finished watching Breaking Bad?
No, I watched like the first 3 seasons of it. I want to say, and I think like the first 2 episodes of season 4 or something like that. And then I just kind of I lost track because of when it was going on. I just ended up like getting out of touch with it, and I kind of somewhat lost interest in it by that point, and I just never ended up getting back.
Okay.
It was just like one of those. It was like it was okay, but it kind of started going downhill.
I don't wanna be that guy, but you should finish the series. I'm gonna tell you that much.
What was that?
I don't want to be that guy, but you should finish the you should finish.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, I think I can only think of 3 servers that I can think of, that maybe 4 that aren't like a business server, and even some of those have it, but like only like 3 servers that don't have some sort of NSFW area or something.
Hey, Connor, remember we're on stream. Please keep your voice down.
Oh, no, I was just to mess the explaining.
18 plus content. Just don't say
No, I
anything
didn't say
much.
anything that wasn't there, but yeah.
Oh, but I'm just suggesting you keep your
Yeah.
voice down.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty sad that people actually request this.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Like, it's as easy as going outside and talking to people. No offense to anyone watching the stream right now. All right, I'm just saying. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm
There
guessing
was
I'm guessing the sister hasn't connected yet.
there was one bot that had like something aligned with that, but it was in particular joke like memes and jokes that were still in that category. That admittedly that was one that was kind of funny because people would like use it to reply to somebody and stuff in kind of like sarcastic ways, but they're with them. But most of the time they're just really cheap and lazy programs that they use to get all that stuff. And I really don't understand why.
Yep.
Although there was an art server that had one that it didn't do like the standard stuff. It was a tasteful and the next word, that thing, and they used that because people were using it so that they had models for their art for their drawing. I was like, okay, that's actually a pretty good creative use for that. But that's like the only time that it kind of made sense at all.
Hey Connor, do you celebrate Thanksgiving? No, of course you do. You're American.
Yeah,
When is it?
it's the 25th. I feel like it's the 20. No, not 25th. I'm so bad with dates. 24th. That's close. the 24th of this month is our Thanksgiving.
Nice. It's actually depressing that I don't have um Thanksgiving where I am. I really like, I don't know, a dinner with family, a nice turkey, uh mashed potatoes. I don't know what they eat. I just see the movies.
Yeah.
Then
So it kind
I
of
don't
depends
need.
on which group you're in, but generally, it's like family or like the adopted family, like adoptive family, if you are more of that, more close to those people. Um, or it could just be like the people at a house if you don't particularly go out of your way to go meet people. And most families, yeah, it's usually there's almost always mashed potatoes because that's easy to make and everybody loves mashed potatoes. Um, Usually there's gravy. Turkey is kind of like the traditional one, but some people like pork instead, or some people like chicken because they don't like turkey, which I don't really get that, but each their own. Um, Cranberries usually there's both like jellied and like smashed cranberries or salt like cranberry sauce. For us, we make my mom makes what she calls squish, which is like this like yams and sweet potato like super smooth mash stuff that is pretty good. Um, we tend to make like a pumpkin cheesecake, but I know my aunt used to make like a pecan pie. She does or used to do pecan pies all the time. Apple pies are usually pretty common too. Um, Usually quite a few different types of cooked veggies, like green, like some sort of like garlic green bean casserole or something along those lines. There's almost always stuffing of some form, either actual stuffing from when you cook the turkey or made separately and just made to be good, which is pretty good. That's like diced up bread with gravy and herbs and maybe some like cranberries thrown in or something like that, and some veggies, some little diced veggies. I don't think what else we usually have. Usually like 5 or 6 different types of rolls because everybody brings rolls of some variety. Uh, Beyond that, it's kind of a mismatch of various things people tend to just bring and add to the potluck, and then just kind of hanging out, seeing how everybody's been doing, and so on and so forth. Some families do, but I do know that quite a few families do like very different things for Thanksgiving and stuff. But ours is just pretty. It's always been pretty quiet, and recently we haven't even like gone and seen most of like the aunts and uncles and stuff. So yep. I will be back in a little bit. I'm just gonna mute myself for a bit.
All right. Yo, what's up, chat? Welcome back to another episode of Colombian Guy, completely by himself. Okay, copyright free music. No, I'm not gonna risk that again. Nope. And no, I'm not letting myself. I'm not letting anything go wrong this time. What?
So eels, am I right?
Yes. Interesting.
Moray eels. I can't explain it. I love them.
I mean, each to their own, I guess. I'm more. I don't know. I just don't know. Maybe you just wanna cuddle something.
Ouch. Might as well just
Okay,
point out my crippling loneliness.
I'm just having the song in my head where it's like the joke on
All right,
it's a moon or it's a
Alright,
moon,
about-
it's a pie. That's like with the
It's a
more.
when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, it's a moray eel.
No, it's like when the wounds in the fire. Somebody like literally made like all 10 lines, and they're all just like things about like morays and how they really are not something you want to run into in the wild.
I love them.
I mean, they're cool,
You know,
but you
Oliver,
definitely want a piece of glass between you and them.
I wanna say this right now. I know you like things like snakes and eels, but if you find one in the wild, please stay away from them. Please.
I'm not gonna walk up to a snake in the wild and be like, "Hey, yo, what's up, my bro?" I don't want to. Okay, I'm not that stupid.
I know you are, but just in case,
Vera,
I just don't want.
was I the only one seeing the press X to doubt quick time there?
Hey,
Because I could definitely just see like, oh look, it's an adorable snake. Ollie, why do you have a cobra hanging off your arm? But it's so adorable.
I'm not that stupid.
Oh, I feel my blood is
we do have
struggling.
tape for that.
Jesus Christ. I know you're actually very smart. Jesus Christ, I just don't want your emotions to win for once. Listen, buddy, I don't want you to be lonely. Alright? And I don't want you to get bitten by a snake either. Or an eel.
I love eels though.
Are you willing
Yeah,
to get
there-
bitten by an electric eel? Are you
Not an
willing
electric eel, but that's not a moray eel. That's not what I was talking about.
Yes, I know.
You can also have wolf eels. Those are a thing. They're mean buggers. Wolf eels definitely are not friendly.
Where'd you go?
Actually, for that matter, the moray is actually a much safer one to be around. I really like the. I cannot think of what type of eel it is, but it's the one that they based the eels in How to Train Your Dragon off of, and they're straight up like these like super slippery like black and yellow striped eels that are like apparently actually really friendly, but they're highly venomous, so you have to be a little bit on the safe side. But they're like apparently like really friendly.
Thank you.
What was that, Era?
I don't know, something. I was just hungry in game, and Oliver just gave me a pot of food.
That'll do.
A food, because I don't know how to speak English.
A croc.
Croc. Croc. Rooster.
No, that one doesn't have an R in it.
What?
Nothing.
What did I say now?
Nothing.
I know. Let's say the other type of rooster.
It's an English language. It's an English language thing.
Yeah, it's 2 words with the same meaning, but and with the same sound. Very different meanings.
Very different meanings.
Very different meanings. Yes. I agree with both.
Well, they're not very different. The personality trait assigned to them, or to both versions, is about the same.
True.
So sorry if you find a rooster that's actually not or nice. I'm sorry, you're not having fertilized eggs.
Yes, we know. I mean, at least I know. I mean, oh no, Oliver. And roosters are actually violent, you know. I'm surprised. I remember there was this video that Oliver was chasing after a rooster.
Oh yes, the most popular video.
Views. Congratulations. Let's go. Woo!
I'm still angry about that video.
I'm still
Why?
tempted to grab the
Why?
share button on that and just start sending it in Discord.
Did you did?
It's like, oh look, it's 30 million views. Oh my god.
You know what? I'll get stonks from that. Do it.
Yeah, true.
Execute Order 66.
You know, probably actually best to send it in like the memes channels on on most Discords. That's probably where it gets most views.
Wait. Actually, wouldn't that be funny? Do you know the amount of meme channels that are just clips of videos you found in Discord and that bullshit? What about we spread it like that? It spreads like wildfire.
Oh yeah.
You just find everything. Then you just find that it has a 1 million views and you want, like, what? You're gonna have a lot of people.
Just put it on all those Reddits, like the animals being dorks and
Peer
stuff.
pressure.
Era, no.
I'm
You're
joking.
damaging my armor.
Alright. Okay, that one wasn't me. That one wasn't me. Okay, your father hasn't. Okay. Hello. What was your father's name again? Jesus.
I'm not sure I've ever heard his name.
They can't hear you. What do you want me to
Nothing yet. You're getting closer, though.
You want me to tell?
You can make it.
His name is Dion.
Dion.
Dion. Oh, okay. Nice. Nice. Cool. Yeah.
He was Dio all along.
It was the. No. Connor, I swear to God.
I don't even watch that show. Because I've had so many friends who like try to ram it down, so it's like, yeah, no, the joke just kind of goes to the head now.
What memes to our brain? What memes do to our brain in the younger age? Younger age.
Yeah.
Younger age. Jesus. To speak English. Man. I mean, I know I sound pretty bad. Like I sound pretty bad at speaking English right now, but you should hear my classmates.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, you speak quite a bit better than most.
I'm placing down the ladders.
Wait. What
Those
do you
are the
say,
ones
Ollie?
in the classes with me. Or well, or used to be in the classes.
Don't head down yet.
But it is sad how poorly
Era, no!
people speak out here.
Era, what did I just say?
I didn't hear because Connor was speaking over you.
We'll have ladders leading down to where you died soon.
Okay.
Wait, did Aaron just jump off the cliff?
Yes. I went, okay, don't jump off. Don't go down yet.
Okay, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Love you. No more what? No.
I mean, on the bright side, at least the Era's fallen torches lit up the bottom so you can see what's going on down there.
True.
Okay. Easy. Okay.
Just placing down the ladders so we have a stable way to get up and down without dying.
Sounds good.
And then you almost fell off on your own ladder.
But I didn't. Okay, we need slightly more ladders, so I'm gonna try and landscape the terrain so we can use less ladders. Not yet.
Yeah, you could do like a spiral staircase down the majority of it. Oh wow, he actually didn't go all the way down. He landed on a little tiny ledge of dirt.
Which is very lucky for him, because that means we don't have to go all the way down to retrieve his stuff.
On the downside, you don't get to light up the enemies that are surely waiting for you below that.
Oh, no, don't worry, the lava lights them up enough.
That's one thing in this game that I
nice.
wish they would do is make it so lava actually puts off light. Because
It
in the
does.
real world, lava puts off a lot of light. But in this one, you can see the lava, but it doesn't actually have a light level.
True, it does not emit that much light.
Yeah, it has false color on it. Is what they did with it.
Un minuto.
Who keeps falling to their death in Spanish?
Oh, do you want me to translate it? Do you want me to translate it?
Oh, yep, someone. Oh, you're fine. It's okay. Someone died. She's still dead.
It is still death. Somebody keeps dying in Spanish.
Still dying.
What he says is... El jugador vampiro tonteó contra un chavalito. Okay.
Confused confusion.
Okay. What this means is a player vampire was messing with a jabalí. Oh, well, sorry, a pig.
Oh, a pig. Happens.
A boar. Boar.
Did you call me Mr. Pig? That's Mr. Pig.
Okay, 1 second, guys. I need to go get dinner. I'll be right
Well,
back.
go.
Okay.
Enjoy your food.
Thank you.
How are we
You
gonna
could
get your
you could use the
stuff?
dirt and use it to place stepping stones.
That's kind of what I'm doing. Well, the thing is that we have to get Era's stuff back up before we, actually go down there. Because otherwise, his stuff will despawn. He didn't say he did say he didn't have anything too good on him, so we probably could.
So it's even his gun.
Oh,
Lose like his back
hmm.
and stuff.
True, he does have
That
his
was close.
backpacks.
Those are good.
Mhm.
Don't have pleasantry place.
I'm sure that happened to you a couple of minutes ago, but it suddenly just all like you digging out and suddenly, oh, there's a hole directly under you. Yeah, there's only like a 3-minute delay. Better than it has been at times.
Okay, so I'm going to go put the stuff in my backpacks away, and then get rid of my
Yeah.
backpack so I can pick up his leather backpacks. Okay?
Well, and you can
That's a good idea.
just a chest or something down there. Put it in.
No, we have a reed basket up here actually, because he brought it hammer and chisel with him.
Just put it in there.
Yep, so that's what I'm doing. Ah! Okay.
Yeah, I wish I could get on and play with y'all.
That'd be fun.
Darn Windows destroying itself as usual.
And you ready?
I know.
Oh, right, they have the dirt gravity thing on this.
Yes, they do.
I hate that city.
Aerodyne kind of made it a bit hard.
So, one thing you could do is turn all those rocks into stone fences and use those to go down. I mean, they're a little more fiddly to use, but it would be a lot of blocks.
No, we have the ladders.
Okay. Well, I just knew because you were kind of low on ladders.
Okay. I'm going to go get his backpacks. If you want to come down now, you probably can. Just be very careful. You good?
Oh, I see how we're getting down.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, at least the stuff didn't all land in the lava because there'd be no getting it back that way.
Yeah.
Well,
How I
some of them
found
may have
this.
flown off, but
Yeah. How I actually found this place was I fell into it.
Hello.
ah,
Yep, just a minute. Nothing.
and of course, managed to like drop your way all the way down to the lava too. Was that Era that flew by, or was that a drifter? I saw a body fly by, but I don't know who it was.
That was. Wait, is there a temporal storm? Yeah. Oh. Not a temporal storm, but my sanity is at 12.
Ah, yes, it is. Probably an unstable chunk and going that deep near a ruin combined. I still find it funny that you still have that weird glitch with the leaves that we have never been able to figure out what is up with that.
Yeah, no idea. Era, I didn't bring that much stuff. His
Yeah, it's entirely
inventory.
full. Yeah.
He brought our watering can?
Muy buenas a todos, muchachos, ¿cómo están? He vuelto. Ya comí. Espérate, ustedes no pueden hablar español. Sorry, guys, I forgot to speak English. How you doing, guys? Did I miss anything?
I got all the important things from your death
There's several
spot,
copper items still down there.
but we can get those, I guess.
Yeah. It didn't seem like anything big went flying over the lava, but God only knows with this game.
You're not allowed to go down
So-
into the hole anymore. I immediately went, okay, don't come down. You went, can I come down? I went, no, you can't come down yet, and you fell down.
Oh, come on.
No.
Just grab.
He like jumped like he was going for a bounce, like a trampoline at the bottom.
Like,
Listen,
what part of you thought that was a good idea?
I slipped. That's what happened. I slipped.
Oh God, I could totally see that happening with me. Like Then I go
Well,
like
we can't
this,
go down till my
grunting
dad
and
gets
stuff,
back
'cause,
anyway, and he
"Look at
needs
this,
to
looks
go
fun
get
to
my
jump in."
brother from somewhere.
Everybody else, no, not it is.
So I'm gonna go get your weapon and stuff, and then you're going back to home.
Mate,
I will.
oh, you wanna fight? Okay.
I was gonna say, I mean, all he has to do is kill you and you go back to home. So, I mean,
Yeah, well, technically I do, but he has to carry my stuff then. I don't wanna fight you, buddy. Are you upset with me? Are you angry with me, Ollie?
Yes.
I know, I'm sorry. I know I made a mistake. Can I make it up to you?
Just go back to the base. I couldn't rescue half of your stuff. The only
it'd
thing
be
of yours
fine.
I could really rescue was your backpacks. Because those
There was-
luckily fell on the higher ledge.
Yeah, the
Okay.
stuff below is gonna be much harder to get to.
The stuff below we won't be able to get until my dad gets back because I would die if I go down there, and you don't have armor, so you're not going down there.
I know. I know. Oliver, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen.
It's okay.
No, it really isn't. I should have known that. I should have known better.
Era, it's fine.
No, I think no.
The stuff that I was able to get back, which is also I was able to get back a bucket, is is in the reed basket.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
You know,
We're
you
gonna
might
have
be
to
able
make you-
use the bucket and use the water stream to actually get down up and
No.
down faster and safer.
No, because water's extremely hard to climb up fast, and you'd have to deal with all the monsters at the same time. Over here is more stable, so.
What you mean? You want a sanity that's in the double digits?
Yes, preferably. Gotta love those drifters. You do not gotta love those drifters. I'm gonna be honest, HSW underscore lock, you do not gotta love those drifters, lock. You do not.
You don't have to love the drifters. The drifters love you.
I hate drifters.
Yeah, they're like cats. The more you hate them, the more they go after you.
I hate the sloth creatures. Me sitting there, me wondering why it looks like I'm in a temporal storm, my sanity.
I've done that in Don't Starve before too, where I was like, oh great, it's an eclipse, and I'm just like assuming it's an eclipse. I'm like, oh no, I just have like zero mind. Well, that explains a bit.
Oh, I have to go back anyway to get more food, so might as well. I'll give time for my sanity to come back anyway.
Sanity's overrated. I haven't had one for years.
Still need it though, unfortunately. Or at least
Might
you
as
have to
well.
pretend you need it.
You need it. I'm gonna tell you that much.
You're getting a bit of feedback there. Not gonna grab the chicken meat?
There's only one, not worth the inventory slot.
Sam is hightailing it out of there.
Not anymore.
No, he finally got up to it. It was like started to be like, man, I wish I had like that Benny Hill theme song for this thing. Made the mistake of laying down. It would
He
be
did.
a terror.
Rookie mistake.
You, well, so you don't break up the skeletons and stuff.
Actually, our crock is empty because we spent so long, so now I'm going back to make it into food.
Just put Katie back then, I guess.
I guess.
Just two of us on now.
No, Era's still on.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Two of us are eating your inside.
Also, Era, apparently I did manage to pick up your spear. I didn't realize it at the time, but we have your spear.
Thank you, buddy. I just it doesn't have that much durability anymore.
No, it does not, but hey, it's better than nothing.
Yes, it is.
I'm almost home, so
All right.
I'm surprised you don't use the gap. Oh wait, no. I think it's a mod, isn't it? Yeah. Like teleporter thing is like vibrantly or cyan coat. Teal.
Yep. I also got a bunch of horse tails on the way here, so I'm gonna make some more healing for us. You can never have too much healing. Especially, I don't think you've seen the type of ruin it is. It's one of those really close quarters ruins.
Don't forget that if you have the linen to spare, using the linen instead of the reeds as the base does make it so it heals an extra point.
Unfortunately, we don't have the linen to spare because I just made Dad a set of linen armor.
Ah,
Hey, I made you cover.
like the good linen armor or the one that anybody can make?
The good one.
Okay.
And I made you copper.
That one
True.
is pretty much like the best until it actually is probably just the best because all the late game ones suck out so much stamina and everything else.
I made you the good copper. So we can stand.
Maybe steel.
Maybe steel.
Navy steel.
But even then, it's like just the amount of like extra hunger and stamina and everything it costs. Like it's kind of 50-50 on which one's better.
Okay, Era. The one on the right, I'm making for you, okay? It should.
The thing is, I didn't hold back.
The left thing is the one that I'm taking with me.
Do you have one?
Oh, I'm taking it with me, so I'm gonna be good.
Okay.
It'd be kind of nice if they added in like a chain variant of each metal armor that was like the light armor equivalent or something like that. Less armor overall, but at least it doesn't have like the penalties like the others.
I could not hear what you said, but okay.
I was just saying that it would be nice if they made a chain armor for each of like the metal tiers that's like a light armor version. So less armor overall, but it doesn't have the like incredible penalties that
There
all the
is
plate armor
chain
does.
armor, but it does still have the same penalties.
Yeah.
So,
That and or items you can use in your offhand and not have the giant penalties active.
me holds a torch in my off. Why does everything look apocalyptic? Because it is. Smiley face. Nothing is sacred. Oh, Era.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my sanity's good.
I'm just checking. I just don't.
It's still
Got it.
cooking. Why does it take so long?
Technically, if you ever get in like a situation where you're like super low sanity and at risk, but you have a temporal gear and a knife on you, you can actually put the temporal gear in your offhand and your main hand with the knife, and you can actually combine them, and it like grinds down the gear, kind of like cuts up the gear, and it like fills up a huge part of your strategy.
Yeah, it does. I've done it before. Okay, the meal has been cooked. I'm on my way back.
Yeah.
How are you doing over there, Dad?
I'm ready when you are.
Yep.
I'm just waiting.
We're gonna have to have really good communication while we're down in the ruin because since it's really close quarters, I'm talking like the walls are like 2 blocks apart. We're gonna have to have really good communication, otherwise we might end up hitting each other.
Probably be good to light up the little cave entrances and bar them off on the way down so that things don't just start raining in on you too.
Yeah, we're gonna light up the cave entrances. Don't worry about that, Connor.
I made that mistake before, like, oh yeah, there's caves here. Okay, I'm just gonna go past it, no problem. It's like, oh god, it's raining drifters.
To be fair, the drifters that would be coming from above wouldn't be anything compared to the ones that are down there.
True. But once you're in down there, potentially they can spawn the scarier ones up above you when you're in that type of an area.
Yep, I'm going there as we speak.
Yeah, you have to love being in the like a ruins though, and you're like, oh look, there's 4 two-headed drifters sitting here waiting for me. Lovely.
There won't be double-headed drifters down there. That is the one thing I can promise. Other than that, I have no idea because I've only seen the first room.
So it depends on which ruin it is. Some ruins can spawn the two-headed drifters.
Wait, some can? Excuse me.
Yes, depending on the ruins kind of come in tiers, and depending on which tier it is, depends on what their like spawning pool is. And the bigger ones can spawn the two-headed drifters or even the sawblade locusts.
Okay, Dad, so we may be encountering double-headed drifters in Sawblade Locust, but it's gonna be A-okay. This is fine. No. This is fine, smiley face. We're definitely not going to die. Okay, I'm here. If a temporal storm starts, I'm done.
That would be kind of hilarious timing if that managed to happen.
No, Connor, no. Yep, I'm coming down. Okay, do you need food right now, or are we good? True. Hey. We do have ladders right here. Okay. Yep, this is the ruin.
I mean, hey, could be worse than the temporal storm. Could have the old days back when they had the actual blood moons that it would happen.
Yeah, also, watch out. Don't fall down there. There's lava. And it's a long drop. Yep. Here, let's kill that drifter right there first. Oh, one... I know, I'm coming. No, I'm not. I'm down here. I got knocked into a different room. I'm coming. I'm here.
Okay, well, you're not moving. You're not here. I'm getting 15 mass damage and you're not here.
I like saving all the cobwebs because they're actually pretty useful for building like base defenses and also safe ways down from high places.
Alright, get back in here. Looks like we're relatively safe in here. Are we safe in here?
I don't know.
Let's take a break for a second. Let me get some dirt, make sure we're blocked off safe in here.
Looks like it. No,
There's a hole above us, actually.
there is. Well, it's covered by cobwebs. That's how I fell in actually. So no, they can't get in from there.
They can't?
Mhm.
Alright, we cleared out. They can't now. They can't now. Alright, we're safe in here, so we can loot to our heart's content. Oh, do we want to open these or loot them?
Um,
Oh, we have to loot them. Okay.
I'm gonna take the planters too because they're cool.
Reeds.
Do you want the iron fence segment too?
Seeds. I'm still opening them up.
Looks like it's a relatively small ruin unless there's like something buried or behind one of the walls. On the bright side, that means it shouldn't be one of the ones that spawns two-ended creatures.
I get some corns, some turnips, some carrots, a bunch of seeds. I got some metal parts. Some chalk.
The paintings are always fun. And I think getting the paintings does unlock things.
Here, yeah, I think we should take the bars.
Okay. I'm gonna start breaking.
Bars. Oh yeah, this'll do it. My axe will do it. Bars. Oh, there's a bunch of gears and stuff in the corner here too.
Yeah.
I'll pick those up. So what did I get out of the corner there? So,
Oh, the booty soil.
not too bad. 3 metal parts, 2 metal scraps, and gears. Alright, where to now?
Okay, so this seems like this is the end of the ruin, so let's just go back in there, kill the drifters in there, and make sure to heal up. Do you have healing stuff on you?
Let me heal up first. Wait for the heal.
Okay. Ready?
Where are we going?
Back in here.
Okay. Back up, I think I hear one.
Okay, one dead. There's more in there though.
Yeah, I can arrow him. Get an angle. Yeah, I'm hitting the arrow.
Okay.
We can trade arrow for,
I'm making a bigger opening.
times.
He's dead.
Let me cut him up real quick.
Yep, there's no more.
Okay. Want to hang out there for a second? Secure the arrow, cut these up so we can get any goodies out of them.
There's more in here that you can probably cut up.
Ooh, temporal gear.
Nice.
Right. Yep.
2 more aged wooden beds.
Take 'em.
Yep, I am.
Okay.
Always good to get more beds.
What's that? My arrows. I'll take my arrows.
Ah, watch out! Okay.
Oh, yeah, we got a
Mhm.
hole here. There.
Okay. Well, you cut those up, and then we'll use it.
We're clearing it. It's
Yep, and then we're ready to go. We'll use that to leave.
Ooh, we're getting unstable too.
Mhm.
Cut this guy up. We're out of here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
Go ahead. Get us out of here.
Oh, one's gonna drop from below, above us. 2!
Alright, get us out of here. Let's go. Getting low. Okay, where's the way out?
That's the ruins that they used to have in the early days of this game because they had much better. They had far bigger and more like story feeling ruins that
We get out from here.
you
Jump
find,
up onto
like,
this.
like smithing.
Yeah, go
down
all the way up, and then...
valley or something with like little food stores.
Okay,
everywhere,
then
or
just stay there for a second. Give me a second.
like a small shop or something.
Ready? There. Oh, You hear that, don't you?
Where's the ladders?
Just walk this way.
Okay, go.
Okay, we got out of there at a good time then. If we had stayed in...
Much
Yeah, okay.
kind of improvised stuff like what we had this time.
Yep.
That's how you die by not being fully prepared. Here, maybe hit two. Hit, hit, hit. I'll just take a swing. Oh, took out my torch. It's okay. Okay, where are you at? I don't have a torch here. Would you come here and light my torch for me?
Yeah, place it on ground. I say that was pretty successful, though. Glad we got out of there when we did, because there's very obviously a bell down there.
I was gonna say I was really surprised that there weren't like 2 or 3 bells that like ambushed you or something.
Slower, I can't see through stuff.
Right, my bad.
Okay, go ahead. You get a whole lot out of that.
No, I did. We have a bunch of tapestry parts.
Oh yeah.
That's the whole reason I wanted to go down there anyway, because I saw into the first room, and there was a tapestry.
Right, I was hoping we could nice
You got like 6
We got
tapestry
some
parts?
good beds.
We did. Did you pick up the beds?
I have the beds.
Yep, okay. I was like, wait a minute.
They're in our house there.
Yep. We also got some cool pots.
We got some metal parts.
Yeah, magic.
And I got 7 gears.
I got a gear too, and I have a temporal gear as well.
Yep, and I got an aged wooden table and 2 aged wooden chairs.
Good for the house.
Yep. And plus, there was lava down there, which meant that there probably is still some goodies down there that are in the actual cave system.
We wanted to go.
Which we don't. I don't. At least not yet. We're good. That's probably where the bell was.
I'm sure.
Because it started raining when we got up on that thing, so it probably was supposed to spawn in the ruin, but we got lucky, and it spawned outside of the ruin.
Yeah, probably a good thing on that, because yeah, if it's going inside, I would have just started summoning people in with you.
Torch here so it doesn't go out. Give a second. Sorry, I wanted to get rid of my torch inventory so it didn't go out. Okay, good.
Okay.
Does the person do any good if it's in?
Nope. That was terrifying. It did work. Give me a second, there was copper here. Okay. But yeah, this means we can decorate our tavern more with more tapestries that we're never going to complete. Yeah, actually, do you know how low I got on my sanity, like, after you left, like, getting Era's stuff back? 17. I think 17 is actually the lowest it has ever been.
What is 17? What does 17 mean? What do you mean? What? Excuse me. I'm sorry I'm asking, but what do you mean by 17?
So, you know the big blue gear? That's your temporal sanity, basically.
It numbers between 1 and 100.
0 and 100, actually.
And if it gets too low, you're hitting an upper screen.
Yeah, and if it gets too low, you're basically teleported to a world that is a constant, constant heavy temporal storm.
I didn't know that meant sanity. I mean, I thought you were talking about something else. I'm sorry.
Or it's technically called temporal stability, if I remember correctly.
I'm sorry.
That's good. You didn't know.
Is that our house? Yeah, that's good. Alright, let's get our stuff sorted here. It's easier again, by the way. Summer.
Yep.
So let's get sorted. Here.
there were actually 2 tapestries that we got from there.
That's all I have. And that's one part I had.
Yep, a 3-part one and a 2-part one.
House,
No, actually, this one is also a 3-part one, but the other part got destroyed by water when I first found it.
Oh, and you weren't able to get the last part.
hmm
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Yep, we're missing one part of Nightfall.
I'm gonna take out one of these normal beds and put an angel bed in this place. Somebody okay with that?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and put the angel bed in there too. So I have 5 beds now.
Oh,
You're kidding me.
Well, I'm
Okay, it crashed.
I'm gonna
The
put
game
iron
crashed.
fence over by our forge. Why not? You okay with that?
yeah.
And we don't have enough. It's kind of cool looking. Look at it. Look cool there anyway. I'll put on one of these. What else do we got? Some flax fiber. There's one bed in there.
Oh, we got rice and soybean seeds.
We got some seeds too. I'll give them to you if you want. One over here.
I know that you were saying rice and soybean seeds, but my brain heard it as rice and soybean seeds. I was like, I'm not sure that's a thing to cheer about so much.
Oh, yeah.
What else? Got some. Where do we have the chocolate?
We don't have chalk, actually, so
Have some in.
just put it wherever.
There's temple here. Saltpeter up here. Oh, I got some ingredients. I'll put those in there. This temple here. Metal parts. They probably go in here. Actually, I'll put the metal parts in there. Scraps of wood. And the metal parts.
It's funny how the biome you're in, the water looks like either like really cheap or poor quality honey or like really old maple syrup just sitting around everywhere.
Yeah, Dad's not allowed to touch the honey anymore. You know we
Wait, the active honey here is just put everywhere?
You have yours. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And now,
I also have one of your arrows. Yep.
Wait, do the crops grow with honey as a water board? That's interesting.
so where is the quartz hanging out at? Where's the quartz?
I was like,
Era?
we just leave it there and just block the entire doorway off.
I'm good.
Would you like the chocolate?
Put it by the lime, I guess, since they kind of save the in the big chest right here. They kind of serve the same purpose.
They do. Oh, that's full. That's a full chest. We need to get some more. We need to get some more. Better go.
Yeah.
Some trips here for water. How are we doing for food?
Good.
We have like fresh meat.
But we have our croc thing still, which is...
So we still have the food and crocs that are good.
Mhm.
Check that.
Oh, we have a croc that's good. I don't know about the food in the basement. I can go check right now, though.
Go for
be fun if like finishing up like a set of art pieces or a set of book, like one of the lines of books, gave you like a benefit in this.
That would be cool.
Like, wouldn't even have to be that big of a benefit, but it would be fun if there was like something for completing one of the little lore segments.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, I'm not allowed to look at any of the lore themes except for me and Dad's game. It's a rule I made for myself. Because that's how I want to figure it out.
Well, there's currently not a like big. It's just like lots of stories. It's kind of like the books in Morrowind more than anything.
Yeah, it doesn't actually need to be
I know.
But yeah, but no, makes sense though. So there are so many books that you have to find.
Yeah, finding the books isn't really a big problem for me in me and Dad's game, though, because in me and Dad's game, I'm a malefactor. In most games, I'm actually a malefactor.
That shouldn't be able to get you more books.
No, because when you pan, you have higher percentage to get better things.
I don't think I've ever managed to get a book from panning.
I have,
Only
multiple.
play malefactor.
That's the only way we've gotten them, actually.
No, normally the only way I can find them is in ruins.
Ha, imagine.
Yeah, I thought that was the only way you could get lore books was in ruins, or there's one of the pot types. There's a very, very small chance of doing it to you. I can't remember which one it is.
One of the what?
One of the like vessels. I can't remember which one though. I want to say it might be like the luxury vessel or something like that.
I think it's luxury vessel.
And I've gotten like 2 books from that in the entire time I've played.
F.
Mostly it's just in ruins in like the chests or in like sitting somewhere.
Yep, I'm making pie.
Yeah, I want to say there's something like, I want to say it's like 543 books and something like 128 tapestries or some crazy thing like that. Apparently they plan to make a lot more when they actually get the actual lore update out.
Yep. Era, how do you keep... Who are you dying to?
Life.
I don't think this game accounts for self-harm. Anyways,
We don't have anything planted.
You can plant some flax if you'd want.
Where the seeds are.
are you talking to your dad or are you talking?
I'm talking to my dad.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, they are.
Okay. How you doing?
They're here now. You have enough flags.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Just baking some pie.
Okay. Nice. You still upset?
I'm not upset at you anymore.
Still, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Maybe. Can I help with anything? I mean, I don't know if I'm doing much right now. Probably not.
If you want, you can dig up the charcoal pit and cut down some trees so we can refill it.
I've cut already.
Yeah.
I almost have enough to fill it again already cut. And that would be
I picked up a few stocks.
planting. Alright, we have a full farm of
Sorry.
limestone.
Sorry if I make some noises. Just I've been sick the last couple of days.
Don't worry about it. Also, the pie's done. Come on in for a slice of pie. or I'm going to kill you.
Okay, sorry. Jesus. I didn't know I seen iron pie is gonna be a death.
It's over here. Yep.
Nice. Where do you get it?
Do you have a knife?
Yep.
There you go.
That's not a knife.
Just one. Yep.
By the way, our meat, our salted meat, only has 2 years left.
Wanna take the last piece?
Take the piece.
Do you want it? No?
Nope.
Alright.
Era, do you want to cut down trees while I dig up the charcoal pit?
Alright, just I'm I'm refilling once I've already cut. So I'm just placing out the logs. Okay, I don't have an axe per se. This one is gonna break.
Do I have an axe on me? No, I don't. Do you want to make yourself an axe? Use the crucible and some copper.
No, I have enough flint. I think I can use just plain ones. I can make like 3.
Okay. If you want to, go ahead.
What?
Nothing.
Okay then.
What an adorably tiny little charcoal pit.
Leave our tiny charcoal pit alone. We don't really need a lot of charcoal, so...
By the way, big tip for harvesting charcoal: dig down. Well, you have a stone fire, right? I was gonna say dig down below it and aim up because they the bottom doesn't move, but you like dig up through it and they're not gravity dependent. So you can just, it's way easier to dig from the bottom than it is to deal with like moving tops of them. Then I just usually make like enough of them I can just like dig out those bottom 2 rows and still aim up and hit like everything I can reach. It really does just eat through the shovel. That's for sure.
That's its specialty.
Which does, I mean, it makes sense considering just how abrasive charcoal is in the real world, but it's still like, really? Does it have to be that accurate?
Yes. It's vintage story. You already know the answer to that question.
The charcoal sound will eventually get on your nerves, though. That's one thing I have found out. Like at first it's like, oh, it's a somewhat nice sound. 5-10 minutes later, never mind, I hate this bloody sound. You do know that if you just keep staring at the same stack with, or when you're placing them, you can place another one on top of it because it'll just stack up higher, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really wonder what it is what you managed to do that got rid of the leaves and stuff. Cause I would actually love to do add that setting because
I don't know.
it's like yes, it makes it so it's slightly more irritating to like get through forests at times because you get stuck on an invisible thing, but at the same time you can see everything.
No, you don't get stuck on anything invisible because all of the things that would stop you are still shown.
Okay. I thought some of the leaves could still stop you even though you can't see them, but I guess not. Two more stacks of wood. Oh, now you've done it.
Yikes.
I've got 2 bunnies. That's all I've seen were 2 bunnies. I got probably have enough for a batch of food.
I'm guessing nobody's managed to find tin or bismuth or anything like that yet.
Fortunately, no.
We found some, but not enough to make things reliably on it.
Fair enough.
Sometimes we'll make some stuff out of it, mostly make some stuff out of tin because it takes so little. But other than that,
I just noticed you were like still on like a copper anvil and stuff like that.
I mean, copper's good anyway, it doesn't really matter.
I haven't found any iron at all. A lot of it was been fortunate. Found lots of copper. We made copper armor. To make some more copper armor. We have none.
On that server, like where there's like the warp thing where you warp to like the different places, are those all in the same world, just really spread out, or is
Yeah.
there like a different world for each zone?
Really big world.
Okay. Just kind of think it's like, I wonder how hard it would be just to make like a giant road all the way from. Like,
Oh yeah,
the
no.
rich area down to wherever you guys are.
Yep, no, you don't do that. You don't do that. We are like the closest one is over like I think 1,000,000 blocks away.
You're saying it's an evening project. No, I know how painfully long that takes to do that.
I saw another bunny north of the truss.
Hey, Brian. Hey, can you give me a minute?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're a little bit choppy, but we can hear you.
Here, Ollie. 1 second. My inventory is a little full right now. Can I give something to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
Just give the wood to me.
okay.
I can chop it up then. Oh,
Very
Yep.
good.
Thank you.
All right.
Mighty Hunter gets 2 bunnies. That's literally all I saw for animals the whole game was 2 bunnies. I didn't see a wolf.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Um, does the bronze do something?
Does what?
The bronze amulet.
No, it
Amulet.
doesn't do anything. It just looks cool.
All right. Is it? It's bronze, so I guess it's really expensive to make.
I killed another bunny.
You can't actually find bronze armlets, so they're just really rare to find. You can't make them, you have to find them, so they're just really hard to find.
Oh, okay.
Like ruby crowns and stuff like that if you're lucky.
Yeah, I'm so excited about getting the bunnies.
Yeah, Dad has a crown, actually.
I do.
I panned it up and gave it to him.
Silver and Diamond Tiara is probably one of the best ones.
Yeah, we don't have a diamond tiara, but he does have a crown.
Cool. That's nice. The thing I found panning was just like the discs. I think that's the best thing I found.
The best thing I've probably ever found while panning was the crown.
Yeah, I actually lined it up.
I mean, I found quite a few books. All of the books that me and Dad found in our game were from panning.
Got chicken.
I'm gonna feed our animals.
Gonna feed the bear.
We don't feed the bear. Fun fact, the bear actually won't despawn since it has permanent light by it. So we don't need to feed it anyway.
Why do I feel like you just said that?
You shouldn't feed the bear cheeseburgers anymore. He's got the diabetes.
Dad, when did you become the bear?
Oh, okay, that was a little dark.
It was from Far Cry 4? Like one of the things the companions could get was the bear named Cheeseburger, but he's not allowed to have cheeseburgers anymore because they gave him too many and he got diabetes. So,
That poor bear.
Diabetes.
That poor bear doesn't know what, like, it was doing wrong. That poor bear was probably just sitting there like, ooh, food.
I was like, where's my favorite food, guys? One of the best companions in that game too. It's like a companion.
When the best companion in the entire game is a bear with diabetes. You know what? It'd be like that sometimes. You know, sometimes you're at the peak of your life, and then sometimes you're a bear with diabetes. And sometimes you're the bug that was running across my desk and I accidentally put my hand down on it, but it still didn't die. What is going on? Is it... Sir? It just, like, pushed my hand slightly up and continued going. This bug's stronger than me. What the frick?
Well, that part doesn't surprise us too much.
Hey, I've literally been lifting. Shut up.
You're grinding. You're doing fine.
I'm actually, like, decently strong.
Yeah, I bet you are. I mean, yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm no one to say it. I haven't seen it.
Dad, am I like decently strong for my age and weight?
Stronger, yes. Definitely.
For my age and weight, I am pretty strong.
You are. I agree.
Nice. Okay.
I just realized you guys can't hear him, so asking him that literally did nothing.
Can you
He agreed, by the way.
nice to
Back me, but it's because I've been fishing. I can't find. I literally did not get enough. I'll have to go tomorrow. I have like 6. And I'm killing a lot of salmon.
I'm pretty sure there's some bunnies in our bunny traps if you want to kill some of them.
Do that too. I'm gonna cook tonight. But I got 11 salmon.
Hey.
So we'll have enough for.
Hey, salmon's good.
If I get one more, I can do a full food batch with salmon. That's the goal. For the fish. We got 11 out of the
Then-
same one pond here. We got 11 out of one pond.
Like, salmon isn't my favorite, all-time favorite food, but it's really good.
It's better than nothing. So we got
what is then? You have like a favorite food or something?
I
no, I'm
really
really
like,
sure.
I really like stew and milkshakes.
Hopefully not together.
Okay.
Not together. If somebody puts them together, I'm killing that person for committing more crimes. In Minecraft, of course, Twitch TOS.
What about a solid food?
A solid food? Steak. Actually, no. For solid food, salmon. Salmon's definitely my favorite solid food.
Yeah, I make the stew. It can't be considered a solid.
Yeah, so, like, the tier list goes milkshakes, stew, and then salmon. Salmon and stew are, like, interchangeable, though. It depends on my mood.
It depends on the weather. It depends on the heat, the moisture of the plate, and the mood. It has a lot of factors.
I'm gonna be honest, though, like, lately I have just been craving meat. Just, like, any steak, beef, just any, yes.
Just a quick tip on the beehives. If you place the new ones on top of the ones that are already filled instead of like breaking and then placing them, usually they'll already be ready to swarm and they'll swarm into them so that they'll grow faster. And hives aren't gravity dependent, so you can actually just
I have no idea what you just said, but okay.
basically you can place just switch between like a set of hives on top and in the hives below them to make them get the bees faster than just
Oh!
breaking them and then putting them down.
Yeah, okay, I'll do that.
That's actually very interesting. Nice.
And with as many flowers as I brought in and got set up there, that happened pretty good.
How long did it take us to set up those flowers, Connor? Like 2 hours?
Considering I already brought over like probably almost 3 hours of collecting flowers worth of flowers, and then the extra 2 or 3 hours with both of us looking, yeah, it was a decent chunk of flower collection. That's not even
Frick
counting the
actually,
decent
you know, doing stuff you're supposed to be doing in Vintage Story. Flower gathering.
Well, hey, once you get as strong of a honey fill as that gives you, it's worth it. But... Yeah, you
I'm
could
being
probably go out there,
attacked.
You're probably already almost ready for honey again, like with it being basically maxed out. Well, not maxed out. We only have one layer. We could actually make the vertical layers and make it even stronger. But it's still probably almost filled again.
Why? Cap.
You need to like light up and or stone the bottom or chisel like the bottoms of the floors in your basement.
Leave our basement alone.
How many times did we die in a row because there was like 30 drifters that had like spawned in there?
Listen.
Okay, we're listening.
You're gonna see black argument.
Okay, are you listening? Shut up.
Me? Shut up.
Stop.
mouth. It's that easy. As easy as that. Amazing. Do you mind some of the food?
I'll cook the food down there in a second. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Oh, it's empty now. Oh, okay. I found some copper on the way back.
Nice.
It's 3 because I forgot I don't have pickaxe anymore.
I forget how nice the various stacks mods are until you see somebody playing like in the full vanilla stack sizes again. I wish they modded the ability to just like right click the hive to get the honey in the middle. That would be a really nice thing. Even if it like cost like a lot more to make a better hive, it would still be good.
It'd be worth it. I will cook the food. Don't worry.
It's like, congratulations, bees! You're getting like a steel, lapis, and glass hive because I am not breaking and replacing this anymore.
The bees.
What? Okay, there goes your dad. What happened?
My brother needed to use the computer for school stuff, I believe.
Alright.
And the more hives that you have, like in those like little stacks of yours and stuff, they'll actually like increase the speed that they populate each other and get the honey going. So if you replace the 2 hive fences with like 2 more hives on each one, they would like exponentially increase, and then you could just leave like a seed hive somewhere that would just be like the one that instantly populates the rest and gets them going each time.
Actually, I had a better idea where instead of that, I just put like the in-betweens of the tall ones and put hives there.
Yeah, you can do that too. Or put ones down in the ground layer and just like leave those alone, but later as the hives too. And you can do both.
Oh, is it good if I cook if I melt cook? Yes, a lot of copper, like a stack.
Why? What do you need it for?
I mean, I need to replenish a few things, and I'd like to make some ingots.
Okay, go ahead then.
Yeah,
Right.
with the without the mods and stuff, there's no difference between almost no difference between smithing and casting.
I mean, we don't have mods, so there's some things we need to cast, some things we need to forge, and some things we need to cast. I don't see a mold of a saw, for example, and or a hammer, a chisel. It'd be nice to have one.
Yeah. Yeah, there's generally mods that give you all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's really not until it quite yet. Same with the power hammer recipes too. Not that I make much on the power hammer. Usually I just save that for pounding out all the iron clusters because it's like, yeah, I'm just not going to do that by hand.
There's you. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Alright.
Remember there was a mod a while ago that sadly hasn't been updated forever, but it lets you, with like the wood to charcoal, the firewood to charcoal, you could actually do like the same sort of a process, but with like going from charcoal all the way up, and like there was like 3 more tiers of like better refined charcoal that you could upgrade it to, and you could basically turn it eventually into like the equivalent of like the silver coal stuff by refining it, or even the coal coke if you really went the extra mile. That's actually probably what got me into making like the big batches of charcoal, really, because it was like you needed so many to get to the higher tiers. It was like, okay, might as well just make as much as I can.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Well, silver. We will. We will. I mean, can someone weld this game? Weld to
Weld?
yes.
No.
El jugador protegió el ácido alineado. Está normal. That's funny.
I mean, there's the forge welding for the iron
Taking
hand, but that's the only thing you weld as far, I think. Well, iron anvil and steel anvil.
What does soldering mean? I'm sorry.
Soldering is like,
Oh, don't touch that stuff. That stuff's for alcohol.
Metal wires that are generally in like electronics, but they're also used for sealing some metal containers shut. And I want to say that you're probably looking at one of the silver solders or lead solder, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, those are used
For alcohol.
Not for much right now, but partially for when you make the iron or the steel anvils. It's for making the 2 parts to connect them together, because they're not like the ones that you just cast with copper and stuff. Might also be used for.
Do one of you guys know what 40% of 20 is off the top of your head?
Then 20. No.
8.
8? Yeah, makes sense.
10% of 20 is 8.
Okay.
The 50? 10. And 3 would be 6, right?
Yep.
Yeah, makes sense. 8.
Yeah, it's like, thankfully it was a nice even number that had a 10. That makes the math a lot easier, but
Okay, divide 1001 by
No.
77.
No.
Do, do it.
No.
Connor, can you do it? Please?
the the silence is telling.
Okay, you're doing.
You know what? I'm thinking here. You said 1001, right?
1001 divided at 77.
Doesn't feel right. I think that's a nice even 13.
Nice, in it.
I was like, asking, I was like, this doesn't seem like this should be an even number, but I think it's an even number. It's definitely one of those. It's like this feels like it should be some sort of fraction, but apparently not.
Yeah, you know, it sounds like something that give a decimal number.
Yeah.
Only can I ask you something?
Mhm.
Um, can I? What did you do with the flower I gave you the other time?
The flower?
Yeah.
I put it over here.
Oh, next to your bed, right?
Uh-huh.
You know, maybe we can start using this place instead of there.
What we do is just the thing is that there's always a lot of people online. Whenever there aren't people online, I sleep in there, so the night passes. But
So you're buying,
Oh.
or you're buying your metals from the trader instead of trying to find big veins and stuff.
yeah, it'd be like that.
The trader prices in this game are like even more criminal than they are in Minecraft. I swear. Like I didn't think that would ever be a thing. Probably
Okay.
more just 'cause it's like so hard to actually get the trade resources than anything in this game.
Okay, let me check
Yeah, I'm
something
gonna
real
go look
quick.
for some. What?
No, something. I just wanted to check something else. Go on. What were you saying, Oli?
Nothing, nothing. I'm going to go look for some silver again. Wait, no, I need. I
For
need.
making lanterns or something.
Mm-mm. Silver soldier alcohol.
Oh.
The thing is that we can make wine, but it won't last long because wine goes bad. But
Wine doesn't go bad. Oh wait, no, right? Vanilla wine. Yeah, it does eventually go bad then.
yeah,
I was thinking the other one where it ages and it becomes better, but nope.
but if you have what is it called?
Lead glass.
No, if you have if you make it into like this next tier of alcohol, it doesn't.
Oh, right. You do actually have one of the extra food mods on, don't you?
No, that's vanilla.
You can't refine alcohols in vanilla, I didn't think.
Nope, you can.
That must have been added relatively recently.
Mhm.
Okay.
So I'm going back to the danger cave because it has a lot of quartz there, so.
Away to the danger zone. Dun, 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 dun.
Send teamwork. Yeah, teamwork. Cries.
Teamwork. That's when you're going down and digging the pathway and somebody hits you with a rock halfway down, right?
No, don't you know, dissent teamwork is when you're almost to the bottom of something and then something goes terribly wrong with your teammate, so then you have to wait.
Yeah, that happens. Like sometimes I play team-based shooters, and that happens a lot of times because you're doing something and you will question, "Where is my team?" and they're doing something else. You know?
Yeah.
Picture this: you have an assignment for school, and
Mhm.
your classmates, and you're working in groups, and your classmates just don't do anything, and you have to do it yourself.
Oh yeah, I have to add
Yeah,
student
you wanna know
council.
what I do in that situation?
Shall I yell at them?
No, I create a work credit slide at the end. They're never on it. How are they gonna know? So then I just put my name in there, and maybe if I have a friend that and maybe if somebody like actually apologized and was like, "Hey, I was doing something important. I couldn't really do this," and they actually like provided receipts for that, then I'll also put their name under like two things. Not enough that they'd like get like full credit, but enough that the teacher doesn't get angry with them.
Okay, that's smart.
Make copies of
I'll
what
give
they
you. I'll
what they
give.
gave me and what excuses they made and send it to the teacher before doing my actual report.
Listen, if people like are going through something or just genuinely can't, I understand that. I'm gonna make it so they get at least like half credit. I'm not that rude. But like if they literally have nothing going on and just do it, assign all the work to me anyway, they're not getting any credit and they're gonna have to suffer with that. I hope the party was worth
I
it,
definitely
Janice.
did not have anybody who did anything for the most part in the groups I got stuck with. It was always like the populars that like thought they could just like say that they did their work and it would be fine, and like they did like a piece of paper with like two pictures and like maybe a sentence if I was lucky like on it, and then like the guy that just gave up and didn't do anything. It was like, yeah, no, that's not working.
Yep.
Like I never like sometimes I get like it is hard to keep up in this school environment. I get it.
Yep.
Especially as somebody who was at one time unmedicated. Yeah, I get it. But like when you
And
don't
how many
even
clubs are you in again?
try. Huh?
And also, how many clubs are you in again at the same time?
Okay, so there's
Wasn't it like 7 clubs or something the last time you told us?
No, it's 4 clubs, but I do a lot for those clubs, so I count on.
Yeah.
So I count
Yeah. It's like, yeah,
I'm an
that's just not
officer
helpful.
in 2 of those clubs. I'm a co-president in one of them, and then in the other one I'm a manager.
I miss having clubs. You know, I wanna. Sorry, I just wanna go on a rant.
Go ahead.
So, my school, what happens is we have projects. That's how it's called. So you have projects like robotics, music, gastronomy.
Oh, you have
Actually,
mine.
like us
We also have an
when I
astronomy
was a
club.
kid. Yeah, and also astronomy of the stars, astrology. I don't believe in that, but and many more. Um, so it actually went from all elementary school. It didn't go after middle school, high school. No, it didn't let you. So you are enjoying. You have to enjoy it as much as you can, and it's actually very depressing because I actually signed up to the project of robotics, and they didn't do anything. The teacher just sat at the computer. The children were doing whatever, and I was actually trying to do some robotics. I still have the pieces here. But Jesus Christ, I couldn't for the life of me because no one explained to me.
Yeah, I don't know how to like actually build the robot, but I'm decent with coding.
Oh, nice. And another thing that happens, we had music our entire school life.
Good.
On
Music is very important.
Yep.
yes, and then I couldn't get it anymore because I don't know what happened. I think the school said we don't have budget for that. So
Ah, they're
Yeah, but
doing
they
the
probably
same
have
thing they're
budgets
doing
for football
here.
games, right?
Don't worry, guys. We still
What?
have the budgets for football games, but music, Sorry, guys.
The amount of times that happened.
Football game, volleyball, tennis, and all the sports, but not music. Can't you imagine? Jesus Christ.
I can't imagine that happens here too.
Yeah, they actually
I
tried
actually
to
have-
pass a bill a while ago that made it so that schools could no longer cancel off art or science projects if there was a sport that could be cut instead. But unfortunately, it got ixnayed because of all the basically the only people that bother to vote is always the like sport alumni. It seems like anyway. So
Just be my dad, who was captain of the football team and still president of the band.
yep.
Both. I think both are good. I like sports, but I also get really angry when people think that music is less than sports.
Yeah.
Wait more, let me tell you. I actually still have my guitar because I don't know why. I just really liked it a lot. And I don't know, I just like playing guitar. I mean, I used to play the piano, but then I got bored of it.
Oh, I found 10.
Oh, by the way, Ollie, earlier when you checked the what was there like by that quartz vein,
Mhm.
it did say that you had hematite in the area, so you have iron somewhere near that.
Wait, what?
Yeah, when you checked that right at the quartz vein at the entrance, it actually had it said hematite is the last item on there, and I think you might have had one other that was an iron one, but you had at least one iron
Here.
node somewhere near that quartz vein right by the entrance.
Yeah, but it's... Oh, it is absolute, actually.
Yep.
I'll look around then. Once I'm done getting the 10. When you go looking for silver and find iron instead.
And tin.
And tin.
Well, that's nice. I came looking for copper and I found gold.
That works too.
Yep.
And on the bright side, you can, or with silver and gold, you can either make black bronze to help with gathering the iron, or you can use it and make proper lanterns.
Hey, leave my no lantern existence alone.
But your eyes will thank you. As will all of the stream's eyes.
Unfortunate. They clicked on this stream. They knew what they were doing. Oh. Hi, buddy. Could you, like, not do that? Thanks.
Getting
Sorry.
attacked over there.
Yeah, you can tell by the...
I'm sorry, I lost track. What were you talking about?
Me getting attacked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, not in real life. In game.
Still sorry.
You know, you could just plug up that water real quick. And then you
Again,
get all
another
this-
one?
Okay, let me remember how to play a copyrighted song so we can get a strike.
No, no, no.
Never mind, I don't know.
There were
I don't
3
know any-
ruins in this cave.
Nice. That one little tiny ruin felt like there should have been something behind a wall there or something.
Probably, but I didn't care enough to stick around and find out.
Why does the stream keep pausing for me? I don't know.
It just does that. Well, my guess would actually probably be the fact that, you know, Vintage is actually pretty strenuous on my computer.
Like on my side, it just keeps going like, oh yeah, you wanted to pause this, right? It's like, no, I was watching it.
No, sorry, you wanted a deposit, actually. Sorry, I didn't tell you this earlier. Okay, we're going back over to the entrance so we can find the iron, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, if you switch over to the other side, it might actually be easy to find it. Maybe.
Excuse me 1 second. Can you actually find? No. Can you actually? How? What do you need to mine the iron? Sorry.
Well, I have the stuff we need to mine iron because I have bronze. Believe it or not, I do actually have the stuff needed to mine iron.
What would be really funny is if you manage to find ilmenite and just like, it's like, hey, look, we're gonna just jump straight into the Steel Age.
No, thank you.
Your dad just gets back on. When did we get steel?
Don't ask questions. Stuff happens, man. Okay, I'm trying to find what direction the iron is in.
You know, when you very first entered that big quartz vein that was like in the wall where it was sunlit still.
Yep, it's
when
this
you
way.
start- Yeah. There you-
Okay, let's eat first.
Yeah, holding the torch in the offhand definitely doesn't help that.
Ultra high. Sulfurite.
Sulfurite.
Zinc.
Yeah, I was trying to remember which stone sulfurite tends to spawn in. But hey, whatever it said, chance for getting more bronze.
Not zinc.
Sorry. What?
Zinc doesn't really give you bronze.
Oh right, no, that one's the one for brass. That's right. I thought one of the bronzes needed zinc.
No, I think it was bismuth, right?
Yeah, the bismuth bronze needs zinc. That's right.
Dark bronze.
But we already have a lot of zinc, so it's not really needed.
Yeah.
Zinc is one of those things that you use once in a blue moon.
Yeah. Unless you're being crazy like me and doing chiseling on a brass, then you need a lot of it.
Okay, looks like it's like in this area. Oh, well, here's the zinc. Oh, here's the zinc. Might as well mine this.
Yeah, I was like, you might as well mine out veins that you find. I always mine out the quartz vein too, but yeah, you might as well mine a vein if you find it.
For a second there, I thought I had accidentally dropped my tin bronze pickaxe somewhere, and I was like, excuse me?
That would be unfortunate.
Only poor quality, though.
So is there a reason you're not just like putting out the waters when you find them?
I don't care enough.
Yeah, zinc blends in like crazy. It's always, especially in that particular rock, it's like wow, that really could be a better.
It could be worse. It could be basalt.
True.
I remember my basalt days. Do you remember those era? You came on the tail end of it, but still.
Yep, I remember.
Remember. I mean, the Chinese barrier, the Chinese what?
What?
I forgot how to say it in English. What? The English what? The wall, the Great Wall of China.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't hold a candle to those walls of basalt, right?
Nope.
It did not.
You weren't there at the time, because this was in Minecraft, back when me and Era first met.
Oh, those days.
Yeah, right before I threatened you. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah. Although I prefer the time after you threatened me, because there was a nice time for that. A really nice. You know what? It was like I was introduced, then some asshole just blackmailed me into doing something I didn't do.
Oh,
Then-
pizza.
Don't say his name. Then everything went downhill. Then we built after that because 6 months later, Oliver invited me back, and then we became better friends, and then there was a nice time, a really nice time. It lasted like a month, but
Yeah,
it was
it lasted a month before I got, manipulated by, again.
yeah.
Sorry that
But
happened again.
before the server went to hell, um, it was after it did. Actually, there was one last time. A mutual friend of us, a trans girl, actually made another server, and we spent some time in it.
Yep.
And then I don't know what happened, but we grew off it. Grew out of it. You know.
Mm. Yeah.
Then look at us. I remember there was I'm still in the server that I'm doing the Discord server of the Minecraft server. Oliver once sent like a video with sad music of him, of a picture of him with multiple people from the old times before I joined. You know the one you sent, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was trying to find one that had you in it, but I couldn't find any.
I actually have some. Like, I don't know. I mean, there's no need because I'm the only one that didn't left. I mean, you can still count Luna. I mean, she's still around.
Yeah, she doesn't really talk to us anymore, and I still feel really bad. My alarm didn't go off, so I couldn't make it to the wedding invitation.
Oops.
I didn't either because it was my birthday and I said I wanna join the I wanna join the wedding, but I couldn't because they dragged me out doing something, and I really didn't want to do something, but I had to. You know,
I feel bad for
I'm
you just
actually
ended up like accidentally mining straight into the iron vein.
I really hope that happens.
Yeah, it can be very painful. But or even better, it's not one iron vein; it's like 4 iron veins.
Please.
And I'm like being all the way around them like 9 times before we find any of them. I definitely done that before.
hey, Ollie, hey Ollie, can I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you could go back in time 2 years ago, what would you change?
I probably wouldn't let, talk to us like that.
What do you mean?
I wouldn't have trusted Pizza so much.
Probably not. That makes.
Looks like it's further this way.
Are you glad I'm still around?
Yeah. I don't know what I'd do
I'm
without you, honestly.
Neither do I. Without you.
Where is this iron vein?
It's right behind you.
It can't be. The percentages went down when I went this way.
It's in the prospector's pick.
Watch, you'll probably like end up like making a stair at some point, and then you'll like go somewhere else, like dig back around, flip around, and then it'll be like in like the 1 block gap you had like between the level you were checking or something like that.
Don't say that.
I have definitely done it before with this game.
Okay, it still hasn't gone up, so I'm guessing I'm gonna try and go this way.
Excuse me.
Do it. You just make like a giant plus sign, and you just figure out like where it drops off on all 4 sides.
Kind of what I'm doing, except for I'm doing a U instead.
You kind of do it like a random knot of line.
Hey, leave me alone. It be like that sometimes, okay? And if it goes down, then I know it's that way.
Though, if it hasn't gone up, what could also be happening is that it's like much lower in the ground, and you're like skating over the kind of surface of like the ridge of it or something like that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, okay, nothing happened. I'm gonna try and go this way then. Oh, there's more zinc.
Did you run straight into it again?
Yeah. Oh, arrow left.
Very muted. I think he was tuning his guitar.
And because I actually need to. I don't need to leave yet. I mean,
Wait a
maybe I
minute.
can convince my mother that
Arrow, what
maybe
time
I
is it where you
can-
live?
8:51.
Okay.
What? Wait.
I was sitting there and I realized, like, you're like
2 hours ahead.
3 hours ahead of me, so I was like, wait a minute.
Well, it's 8.
You're gonna.
It's 8:51 in the morning. He hasn't slept at all yet.
Don't say that. Don't give him ideas. Don't give him ideas. Okay, it went down, so it's obviously over here somewhere. I'm gonna try and go down over in this area.
Imagine if you went all the way around it.
Don't say that.
That would be my luck. It's like, okay, I'm taking these paths, finding this, loop directly around the thing.
You know, just because you said that, I'm actually gonna do that. Go in the middle now. Hello, buddy. The bug that I almost squished under my hand is still just vibing with me.
Nice. You made a friend.
Yeah, I got a high five.
How many fingers can a bug have? Really?
It doesn't have fingers, so I just kind of put up my pinky and it put its, like, its front thing on it. No, you cannot get on my mouse. You will die.
I don't know. It managed to push your whole hand off earlier. I feel like your finger's just gonna not click to the
Yo, we went up by 0.1%, boys! Shut up. You know what, I'm breaking out the true I am tired candy. Chocolate-covered gummy bears.
Those are just good candies in general.
That's too strong. Wait, no. I'm still not gonna be able to sleep tonight.
I mean, hey, it could be worse. They could be like the some of like the caffeine-infused gummy bears.
Yeah, it could be worse. No. Flintstone vitamins.
What was that?
No. Imagine the thing that really keeps you awake at night. Flintstone vitamins, right? Like the candy?
No, Flintstone vitamins.
Like the candy? Excuse me?
Why, it isn't candy?
It is not candy.
Well, shit.
Vitamins are literally vitamins. They're health supplements.
Well,
I mean, some people eat them like they're candy, which is not exactly.
okay, someone who... Makes sense. I actually ate a lot of those when I was a kid. God damn it.
Yeah, I think one of my friends actually ended up with a kidney stone because they were eating too many, eating those like they were candy. Because it's like, yeah, I love the taste of it. It was like, Jesus, I warned you that was not a good idea.
Okay, I'm actually kidding. I already knew that those were vitamins. I just,
Era
long
backtracks.
I just, I was just kidding. I'm, I'm stupid, but not that much. You know? Whose dog is that?
Not
Mine.
mine. I don't know what they're barking at this time. I think I just walked outside and they were like, "Oh my god, the door's opening."
Oh, actually, only how many candy did you get the Halloween night?
A lot.
Nice. What did Wasserman not
My
dressing up?
friend dressed up as like a clown, like an actual clown. And like whenever there was a kid at the door, kept offering to make the kid a balloon dog. And did make the kid a balloon dog. So the parents gave us more candy.
Nice.
Well, that's cute. That's cute in its own way, you know?
Okay, so it's not down either. Where is this?
Can I make a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so Possum here in the Discord server says, DM me for Possum business. What does that mean? I
Okay,
mean,
so Possum makes possums, like crocheted possums.
oh, okay.
I have one in my
Nice.
room. So that's probably what Possum's talking about. I don't think Possum delivers far enough to get you one, though. Connor, you could probably get one if you wanted. I'm sorry, Era, but...
In my head, I'm just like, my brain was just going, okay, it's probably crochet possums as in a crochet stuffed animal that it looks like a possum. But on the other hand, it could also be possums that they like crocheted the hair of.
It's not. Possum
Oh,
also
don't-
does make more than possums, but those cost extra. Possum made me a bee for my birthday.
Nice. I guess it's next to the other one.
No, they're not next to each other. Wait.
You need to make like a.
Oh frick! I need to get out of the. I need to get out of the caves. My sanity is at 20%.
Can someone have that much sanity?
You can get down to 0, actually.
Yep.
Yeah,
If,
makes sense.
if it does, you start taking damage, and you also start spawning in nightmare drifters.
Wait. Let me think about this. Connor, have you played? Connor. Have you played Far Cry 3?
I think I played all but the newest Far Cry, at least at one point or another. But I mostly played them when one of my friends had a copy of it. I didn't play it on my own copy too much.
You know the insanity speech from Bas Montenegro?
Oh, yep.
Something like that. Like imagine your sanity is going down and you just start spewing out that speech.
I mean,
I
I'm
didn't
sure
deserve
there's
to
a
be
mod
called
for it
out like
somewhere.
this.
What? That wasn't talking about.
Yeah, I mean, you could very easily put that as a sound file that would just that would replace the insanity wonky sound thing.
Insanity is doing the same shit over and again.
And expecting
Expecting
different results.
You know, we know it. That's the show. That's a joke. That's the funny. The entire speech in Far Cry 3 is something different, but it's just saying the same thing. Bas Montenegro is actually a good villain. Changed my mind.
What was that?
Bas Montenegro was actually a good villain. Changed my mind. Mind.
You played a good role as a villain.
Yeah, more than Hoyt.
My favorite villain, if you're going on just how much of a villain they were, like, absolute worst person, is Frollo, Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yeah, he's kind of got a permanent spot up there, yeah. If you don't
I need
understand
to
why,
search.
go watch Hellfire. I'll explain that.
Oh, wait.
It's kind of funny. Disney's had a lot of other villains, and some of them are things like straight up actual devils or cursed beasts, monsters. Yeah, none of them make me want to run away quicker than Polo.
And he's a human, which is probably the scariest part of it.
Yeah, not the real monsters, are definitely humans, but still, he's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
he's a human first off. He's in a position of power, and the scariest thing is probably that he works for the church in that time period.
And that he sees himself as doing the righteous thing.
I mean, that happens a lot of times. That's actually a pretty used trope in villains.
2 to 3 chunks to the west.
They said that a very long time ago.
Leave me alone, I'm kind of stupid.
Yeah, like they said that like when you first started like going down in the cave.
Scratch that, I am stupid, but I may be stupid, but I'm cute, so it doesn't matter.
Fair enough.
You're not, but you're cute.
Fair enough.
Take back half of what you said. Take it back, but half of what you said.
I may be stupid.
No, the other half.
You didn't specify.
Keep the other half. No.
It's like it's hard enough to get all the way to admit they're cute in the first place.
Just, I may be stupid. That's all, thank you.
You guys like, were you gonna leave that up with something? No, not really.
No.
You don't have to say it again. I'll say it again. You have an inaccurate name in your Discord. In Discord, you have an inaccurate name.
I'm a human mess.
Exactly. Inaccurate. Inaccurate.
It is very much quite accurate. You have seen my mental breakdowns. It is quite...
Yes, but you're not nowhere a mess. You're actually you're actually better off than most people I know.
That's scary. That's scary.
You haven't been to Latin America, all right? You haven't been down here. I mean, if you can't visit, you can't visit. I don't know.
I can't visit, and I remember you specifically telling me to never go to your country.
I think I remember that conversation.
Yes.
We've had that conversation many times.
It's because I don't. I just don't want. Actually, I just think.
I went the wrong way.
Listen, two things would happen. Probably, the place will be dangerous, and my friends will talk absolute garbage about me. You know, that's why I don't want that. But actually, my dad said, if you want to invite him, maybe he wants to visit. And I say, I don't know. I've warned him many times before.
Plus, I wouldn't be able to visit you anyway until I'm 18.
Yeah. About that, I actually, when I was thinking about visiting you, I thought about visiting you on my own. So my parents would be still here at home, and maybe I'll get in a hotel or something, somewhere nearby.
Yeah, there's a few hotels nearby.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Not too many super great ones around this area, but there's a couple.
I just realized that out of all the people who, like, I met through Twitch, you probably live the closest, Connor, and we haven't even met up.
Yeah, probably. It's kind of funny because I've actually like ended up figuring that out with like 4 different people on Discord of like the last like month or two. It's like
You don't need to lie and say 4 people. It was just Taylor who leaked where I lived. It was just Taylor.
yeah, it's like normally it's like I'm not near anybody that's near or like around here and stuff, and then it's like everybody else is like yeah no. It's like wow, for once I'm actually meeting people that are somewhat nearby.
Thumbs up.
You know, actually, it wasn't Taylor. It was one of you mentioned Rogers High School. I was like, wait a minute. That's where I
Oh,
went.
comic.
Yeah, it's comic. I was like, I know that place.
Comic. You know what? It's still not as bad as Taylor quite literally saying not only the city where I live, but also the school I go to. Thanks, Taylor.
I have mentioned things about Taylor before.
I mean, that's in the city, so I don't know.
Same time, it's like a territory.
It's not like people could literally find out where I live without information.
Then again, it's not like you couldn't do that with most people anyway without that information. You can just look it up.
I mean,
Yeah,
people
I mean,
probably
I don't
could
know,
find, but it makes it a lot easier for them.
True, they don't have to be
I don't
involved
know.
that way.
I don't know. I think the city alone. I mean, I just get the city because Taylor gave me like direction to a
Okay,
post office.
but you already know
Hey,
where I
this is-
live, Era. This doesn't count for you. This conversation doesn't matter for you. You already know where I live.
Well, that doesn't sound very good, now, does it?
We've known each other for 2 years.
Yes, I know, but it feels weird. I know you don't see me as a stranger, but I see myself as a stranger sometimes.
Then stop.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry.
Then stop.
I would stop because our mess will probably just like whack you upside the head.
Stop.
It's like, no, you're not a stranger. Whack. I told you you're not a stranger. Whack. Like, Ollie, why are you hitting Gara? Never mind. I already figured out.
Do you want to get hit too?
I'm just getting bonked, just bonk. No, bonk.
Hell no. Hell no, no fury, like an angry human mess.
Knowing me, I'd probably just like walk over, like boop your nose, and give you like a giant bear hug.
I wouldn't. Bro, my feet wouldn't even touch the ground. Don't do me like that.
Yeah, no, they definitely would not be touching the ground.
Don't do me like that. How am I supposed to be threatening?
Are you supposed
My
to?
friends are like over
I mean,
6
you have.
a bear hug card. They would
I
have
mean,
their feet on the ground when I give them a hug, so there's that too.
How am I supposed to be threatening when... Motions.
You don't need to be told to be threatening because I've seen you being threatening and you're still your height. You were actually shorter when you were more threatening.
Leave me alone.
No, I'm just in my mind. I was just like, oh my god, are Ollie trapped in like a bear hug like that? It's just like grabbing
Demonic screaming. Your hand would be bitten off.
Stuff is just like, you know, I'm gonna hold you and move you over here.
Your hand, in fact, would be bitten off. I hope you're okay with that.
Or dangerous.
Very fun, very fun. Very hot, very hot. Oh, maybe a tent in the backyard. In the backyard. Jesus.
I think you'd be better at a hotel at that point.
No, I've slept in tents before. It's not that bad. Well, granted, it be snowing or raining.
And you said you wanted to visit during the winter, so...
Most of the time, well, we don't have the weird weather like we have been having. It's like most of the year is cold and rainy or snowy, so it's like Washington's not exactly camping friendly.
And neither is Idaho.
You know, I actually calculated the money, the cash it would take to take me from here to there. It's about 5 millones de pesos. That actually translates into $910, maybe less. So I don't know. It wouldn't be very profitable. Now that I think about it. Whatever. You know?
Era really out here calculating.
So it also going to depend on how you get your like
I'm
if
really
your
good at math.
tickets or drive like how you're coming up here because there's sometimes like the time that you choose a trip and like when or which way to get there can really affect the cost of it too.
Yeah.
Yes, I know, but that doesn't matter now, though.
Like
Especially if you want to come up here when there's snow.
Like almost half the costs.
I know. I know. Well,
Also, if you
actually-
come up here when it's snowing, you need to make sure you bring in extra money so you can actually buy snow clothes. That way you can actually play in the snow and not die
I actually have.
of
I
hypothermia.
actually have snow clothes. I have.
Okay, Era, you may think you have snow clothes. You do not have snow clothes for here.
Okay, makes sense. I mean, let me see the forecast. Let me see. Let me check the forecast. Okay, and -3 degrees Celsius. No, right now you are at 3 degrees Celsius. How much is that in Fahrenheit?
Good question.
That would
9 divided 5. No. 5 divided 9. The actual value -32. No, that doesn't seem right. -32?
zero.
No, that doesn't seem
Your,
right.
your 0 is our 32.
Connor, since you're actually in a computer.
So yeah, it's probably like
Okay.
37 or something. Yeah, about 37.
Okay. Connor, since you're in a computer, can you give me the equation to translate from one to the other, please?
I don't have a computer. My computer's down. Let me see. I might have a conversion thing on here. Actually, hang on. I know where I have the conversion written down. 1 second.
You have it written down, bruh.
Yeah, I might just to write it down. I actually have it memorized. 63. 63? No, that doesn't seem right.
One more.
63.
Okay, where is Celsius to Fahrenheit? Okay, so Fahrenheit so it's -32 and then divided by 1.8.
No, multiply.
That's
right?
to go from Celsius to Fahrenheit. So if it's 3 degrees Celsius, then wait.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry.
3 plus 32.
Wait, sorry. That was the reverse calculation. Okay, to get from Celsius to Fahrenheit, we would do the Celsius number times 1.8. So 3 times 1.8 would be
5.4.
yeah, 5.4 plus 32. So yeah, I was right. My mental math was correct. It's 37.4.
Yeah. Okay.
My mental math was
Okay,
correct.
that's the number, right? Yes. We did it. Okay, what does the minimum say? The minimum says is -3. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So
-3. -3.
But you also have to keep in mind that things like being in snow and also the windshield changes stuff a bunch.
and also humidity, which we have even when it's cold, unlike most places on Earth.
Yeah.
There's nothing like
Nice.
that feels like you're sweating while it's at low freezing temperatures.
Hypothermia, Pog.
And then the wind kicks in.
Fear.
I'm gonna die of frostbite. Yay.
Yeah. I mean, it really depends on what time of the year you come up here, and also how our season's going for the year.
Are you from Washington? Aren't you from Washington?
Yeah.
Well, that's close enough.
Like documentaries or the movies, like where they're in Antarctica and stuff, but not the ones like the outfits that they wear for the blizzards, but like the outfits that they wear most of the time, so the slightly less heavy ones. That's generally our winter wear up
yeah.
here. It's like we're not quite as heavy as up there, but it's not that far off. If you wear pretty much anything lighter than that, you will be paying for it by the time you get to your location.
Yep. Yeah, our states are bordering each other, so...
Yes, I realize that.
Slightly drier side that for some reason seems to be there seems to get more snow. But I guess that's because the dryness allows the snow to crystallize in the air more. And then I'm on the wetter, even like more humid side.
I was eating chocolate-covered gummy bears, and thank you, Shiko_SSJ, for following. Welcome to the collection!
Yay! Welcome. Connor, say welcome.
Yep, welcome. Oh yeah, and
There you go.
the reason we were saying that stuff about the snow was that Era is from South. Which country are you from in South America again?
Colombia.
Colombia. So going from Colombia up to Washington/Idaho and stuff would be
Not
not
fun.
ideal in the wintertime. Let's just say that.
So
Like,
what?
summertime.
So
I
yeah,
don't wanna
snow
melt.
isn't that bad, but also, I kind of don't want Era to die.
I mean, okay, if you say so. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment because I wanna die.
Bad.
Here's the part. Well, at least I know it's bad for in my state. I'm not sure about yours as much, because I know that one thing that we get that most parts of the world don't get nearly as bad is we have really bad like black ice issues. And if you're not used to black ice,
Yo!
you go down one hill and you go down one hill and that's like the last thing you do.
You go down a hill with black ice. That's the last hill you're ever going down, buddy.
It's like, you can hide nicely under a nice thin layer of snow.
Because the problem, okay, it drives me insane whenever people are like driving on black ice. Because like the thing is that it's always covered by a layer of snow, like a very thin layer of snow. So everyone's like, oh, we're only driving on snow. We don't need to be that careful. Like all the tourists, all the people visiting their family, are like, oh,
And
it's
then
only
suddenly you no
snow.
longer
It's
hear-
not snow.
No, it's like you're driving and then suddenly you no longer hear tire sounds. It's like, oh shit.
Like
Or
drive like
walking
you're
along
like
on a nice little sloped hill and you're like, oh yeah, my feet are gripping into the snow nicely. They're gripping the snow nicely. Huh? I don't feel my feet gripping into anything anymore.
because your feet are gone. You just committed vehicular manslaughter on the 3rd degree and killed yourself. Be careful
And
with
your
black
hill is
ice.
most likely not in one piece.
Okay, my piece of advice for driving on black ice is, even though I don't have I can't drive, but I've seen people frick up enough to say, pretend like you're the comedic character in a really old cartoon, and there's a banana peel on the road. If you don't want your car to go then drive carefully. It makes me angry
And
when people are like,
one of the
yeah, but
biggest
like,
things about black ice is don't try to like correct it when it happens. Don't hit the brakes. Don't try to turn. Just very carefully and gently let the car slow itself down just by its own momentum, and or a very very light brake, and it will, in theory, it will eventually like re-grip onto the surface. But if you try to gas it or you try to hit the brakes or whatever, that's when it goes really bad.
also, get, like, I don't know, I call them spiked, but I know that's not what they're called, tires.
Oh, snow tires.
Yeah, snow tires.
Be careful about
Okay.
that, because some places do have laws that don't really let you use those,
Oh.
or don't let you use them unless.
Okay, slow down. Slow down a little bit. I'm taking notes.
Unless you're driving, I don't think you need to worry about most of these.
I'm
Yeah.
about to say I'm about to take the course to drive. I just turned 16, right?
Yep. One thing
Oh,
you
I
might
can
want to get for yourself, to make the walking safer with black ice and stuff, is get yourself some of the boot crampons, the like metal spikes that they usually use for like mountain
Imagine,
they
over
work
here
really
in the
well for
good old North Idaho of people dying, we slip and slide on the black ice
Yep,
for
yep.
fun.
Yeah, I mean it can be fun, but it's also there's
Death.
definitely a lot of deaths every year from somebody slipping when they don't mean to, and
That's why
Yeah,
you always
yeah.
mean to slip when you're on it. I mean, I turned out fine.
You know, I'm actually not surprised about the amounts of death. I mean, I actually think there's about 17 deaths per day
Yeah, the game
on
costs about...
motorcycles.
Mm,
Wait. In motorcycles, there's about 17 deaths a day.
yeah, slipping on black ice has less deaths than the motorcycles. And that, kids, is why you should slip on black ice. Don't actually, please.
What is black ice, anyways? I don't know what.
So, you know, so let's say, so here's 2 layers of ice. Now you compress those ice together, so it's a lot more slippery.
Just a little wet on the surface, if you even see that much.
Yeah, it just looks wet.
Almost completely smooth iced surface. What's really bad is if you have
You know,
melting snow on top of it, then it gets even worse.
Mm-hmm.
But even
And
without that,
it doesn't look like ice at all. It just looks like slightly wet.
Yeah, which is part of the danger on roads, because you're like, oh yeah, it's just a damp spot.
That makes
Look, I'm off the cliff.
I actually searched it up.
And the moral of the story is the one we've made. If you go to North Idaho, please be safe on the roads. I don't frick. How do I rhyme that?
Because it kind of went down.
Don't step on the streets, maybe.
The roads, or you'll find that your whole year's made.
In particular, it tends to form the most at like spots where like a dips in the road, places with like really heavy branch cover, like decently heavy branch cover from like the fir trees and stuff. Because
So I think you mean everywhere where I live, because, you know, we have the most trees in Idaho.
I live over here in Washington. There's like one bare spot per mile, practically.
I know, it's kind of funny. One time we were driving in Washington, there was just straight up a deer. Just vibing. I mean, I can't really say anything since we've straight up, you know, had moose just walking up to our doors like it was Halloween night.
Hello, would you like a carrot?
No,
Yeah,
like,
no,
don't,
you can
Era,
actually, like,
Era, if you ever encounter a moose, you don't go towards it, okay?
I know. I know documentaries. I know about biology. All right.
If you see a moose, I'm sorry, we're not seeing you again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And even worse, it was a mother moose with her kid.
Ow.
Yeah, if it's a moose, we'll see your body.
Really drive them crazy.
Yeah, if it's just a normal moose, we'll find your body. We won't find your body after that.
Yeah, don't.
We might find a pile of mush.
More like a county-wide smear.
Ow. It's just my blood on the. It's just my blood on the snow. Bye.
Era paste, smiley face.
It's like I would actually, honestly,
Okay.
much rather take on a polar bear than I would a moose.
Yes.
Okay,
Like, a polar bear
listen.
I
No,
could
I
maybe take down or escape. The moose? Mm-mm.
Yeah, and like the thing is that like a moose, like, you see, if you like hit a deer with your car, like the deer's probably gonna die, or like walk off and die somewhere else. Like even if you hit it like really good, it's still gonna die, and your car is definitely gonna have like some damage.
And possibly kill you if it actually went up.
Yeah,
against the head.
but like if you run into a moose, you're gonna die, and the moose is gonna walk off. Perfectly
Or,
fine.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna die, your car's gonna be destroyed, and the moose is gonna be annoyed, so he'll probably just smash your car even more. Yeah.
You don't mess with
Okay,
meese.
Meese?
Meese. Moose. Meese.
So there's kind of a debate on
That
whether
doesn't sound right.
there's kind of a debate on whether it's meese or whether moose is already plural, like one of those plural things, like some other words where it's like it's one moose or it's 8 moose. And it's like,
I like
so-
saying
You're
meese
too-
because it's funny.
You can also use mooses.
No. That
Mises.
reminds me of the meme. No, it reminds me of the Mii's of the Wii. You know, the Mii.
Bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum.
Bam, bam, bam.
Wait, no, I have a kazoo. Give me a second.
Bam, 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 bam,
Do not pet the moose. Atua 61. No, Atua no.
Like the first generation Mii's on the Wii, did you?
Atua no. Do not pet the meat. Do not pet the moose. Do not pet the moose. Bat no.
Do not the moose. You know?
I will say, find a moose that is actually mentally stable, not on the willies, and is not.
Finding a
starting
moose
it.
that's mentally
They're
stable is
friendly.
like finding a teenager who hasn't contemplated offing themselves one time.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, the chance of finding a moose that's actually mentally stable, not in one of the other situations, is probably lower chances than you getting a lot of ticket that
Do not pet the moose. They love it. I don't care if they love it. I'm gonna die. I'll pet a moray eel, but I will not pet a moose. You know this. You know what? I'm getting out because there's gonna be a heavy temporal storm soon. But I'll stay in. Obviously,
What about a moose made of moray eel?
give me a second. This song is titled "Why You Shouldn't Pet Moose." They will kill you. They will kill you. They will kill you. They will kill you. Heaven forbid it's a mother with her kid. The moose will kill you. The moose will kill you. You'll run into with a car and the moose will walk away as you're dead. They may like pets, but they'll kill you afterwards. I don't know where you're living, but it's definitely not like that where I am. The moose will kill you. The moose will kill you. You run into it and it will just stomp on your head.
They smash their way through the walls and buildings, and then they come for your head. 'Cause it's a melon.
The moose will kill you, and it won't think twice about your friends, family, or your mental state. The moose will just stomp on your head. I get it's different up there. The moose probably don't really care. But down here they will kill you without a second thought. Almost got hit by one when I was 5. Wouldn't recommend it. I watched it outside my house as it stared straight into my eyes.
Tried to tame them, to ride them into battle, but he had to give it up when it killed half his troops.
So don't walk up and pet a moose unless you know that it is safe to do so. And even then I wouldn't really recommend doing it at all. 'Cause they're much bigger than you and a lot stronger than you, even when they're just a baby. One that is a child is probably the same height as me, and they will straight up kill me. Canadian moose might be different than American ones, which is probably fair, 'cause down here we have unrestricted guns. And if we have unrestricted guns and lots of drugs that are illegal, and I do not recommend doing Twitch TOS, then the moose probably get into them sometimes, and that's not very good for them, or for us if you encounter them. So please don't pet a moose. You probably will die. It's like swimming into a shark. Well, sharks do like being pet. You probably also will get bit. And that's my song.
Ciao.
Why you shouldn't pet a moose.
Makes sense.
Or the fact that that when a moose getting hit by a train can actually still be enough to go up and smash open like the front of the train, whereas a pickup truck does not stand a chance of doing that.
Yeah, in fact, sharks don't even stand a chance. If a train bumps into a shark, the shark's probably gonna die.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably on land anyway, so it's probably already dead. But you know,
Listen.
Yeah,
Listen.
exactly. They are
You know what?
1,000 pounds. It is an 1,000-pound moose. It is 1,000-pound hunk of muscle, bone, and whoop, you are going to die.
Oh, 1,000 pounds is pretty small for a moose.
Yeah,
What?
damn. Okay, that's
Yeah,
painful.
they're usually several ton or multiple tons for most moose. They're legitimately the weight of pickup trucks, or give or take. Well, it kinda
Why
depends
the
on where
evolution?
you're at and which
Why the
subtype of moose, but they're big.
Why does evolution have to screw some people over like this? First is the entirety of the Amazonia. Then there's Australia, and then there's moose. Jesus Christ.
There's Australia, and then there's moose.
Oh, that's a horrifying thought. Imagine what the hell a moose would have turned into if it had lived on Australia.
No, I don't want
No.
to.
Well, my
No.
D&D group now has some
Well-
new enemies coming up.
Stop your thoughts. I listen only. I don't know why, but sometimes your kazoo sounds like a saxophone. I don't know why. There was times.
Here, let me just real quick.
Doo-doo-doo. Ahí estamos. No. Let me search this. Let me search the lyrics. All right. Okay. Let me search the lyrics.
Tonight the
Every time I
music
hear-
seems
every
so
time I hear
loud.
that, I
I
can't
wish
help
that
but
we
how-
could lose this crowd.
Yeah, it's like every time I hear that song anymore, it's like instantly
would
I just see,
die.
like, the little TV Deadpool dancing on the universe, like David Deadpool.
You know what? I think Atua brings up a very, very good point. It would die there. It's too hot.
Yeah. To be.
Yeah, but that
Oh,
hasn't
actually.
stopped a lot of other things that have evolved in Australia that
True.
would not have been able to exist there, and they've just
Yeah. You know.
become Australian.
There's a lot of
know
things
what
in
I
Australia that just straight up shouldn't exist, and yet here we are.
Yep.
Yeah. But look at.
There's a
look at
spider almost as
No, no.
tall as me that lives there.
Look at the following. Listen. All right. So the moose actually makes sense that it's actually that heavy in a cold place because it needs to keep the energy, right? It needs to have a lot of fat so it survives the winter. But in Australia, what winter? Let me ask you. Australia actually makes
What do you
sense.
mean by that, Atua?
Listen, Australia is so weird because Pangea, the biggest continent in Earth's history. The first thing to separate from it was Australia, right? So that's why it's so weird because humans were never populated before. Then the
Yep.
British came along.
What is interesting though is the moose is actually a smaller species than what it once was. They actually also although they have a decent amount of fat on them, they actually are a fairly large muscle percentage. But they actually used to be a much bigger species back in, like shortly after the Ice Age, and it's actually
Fear.
that they kept breeding into the various deer lines and similar things, and that's why we have moose that are the size they are now. But they were like, I think the biggest one that we've seen in like the fossil records was, I think they said almost somewhere between like 30 and 40 times the volume of a current moose, and like its antlers were like straight up like 5 times bigger than a moose's antlers are currently, which is crazy. It's like, yeah, here's a moose that can basically or set its head on top of a 2-story house and just rest it there because it's standing and a little bit tired. It's like, yeah, that's not a threat. Not at all.
Are you sure you're just not looking at a mammoth? Because that sounds like a mammoth.
No,
They
mammoths
were
wouldn't be that
actually
tall.
taller than mammoths. They were taller and weighed more, but they were thinner because they were almost all muscle compared to a mammoth that was largely fat deposits.
Huh. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. And like just looking at the biology of it and like how it was built, it was like, oh good. And these things could run faster than anything you could possibly be driving to get away from them, short of like maybe like one of the super race cars. And like, yeah, that
Yeah,
would
makes sense.
horrifying as hell to see back in prehistoric times. Nope.
The T-Rex
But
when
even
a
if it's
moose
not
is
one-
coming.
Dun, 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 dun,
Why
dun.
do I hear
You need to
boss
run away.
music?
You know what? That actually reminds me. Dinosaurus Rex are actually really easy to kill. I know that sounds unlikely, but it makes sense.
What are easy to kill?
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yeah. They also weren't a particularly predatory species. They were actually a scavenger species, from what they're finding.
Yes, all right. That makes sense, and that doesn't make. But you see their jaw and how it unhinged, and you say how they have like the most powerful bite of the entirety of it, and it's just not enough because they were scavengers.
Yep.
Lokian, thank you for following. Welcome to the collection.
Welcome.
You can't leave now.
Welcome to the bee zone. Only bees. Bzzz. Bzzz. Bzzz.
The real flight of the bumblebees. Join the fun. Join us.
One of us.
One of us. One of us.
Bruh. Let me try it. Bruh. Bruh. Doesn't come out anymore. Bruh. Bruh. No. Bruh. Ah, Jesus Christ. There was a time I could do it. Not anymore.
Cries.
Don't remind me. I'm trying to make the
You're the
memories
one who
fun.
brought it up.
But I'm trying to have fun with it, not to get sad. I know it's sad, and I know it's been a long time. Rest in peace. again. When I see you again.
I don't know what's happening here, but okay.
We're mourning the death of someone very important.
True.
Okay. We had our moment of silence. Moving on.
Let me just. Wait, look at that. Yeah! I can. Yeah, no. I can't go out of frame. My mom just insulted moray eels. What the frick?
What the hell? What?
Welcome to Family Feud.
Mother, excuse me? It's my comfort creature. Oh, wait, frick.
How many of them are your comfort creature? I'm sorry for the question.
Shut up, Era. It's a lot of them.
I now know
Let's
what
go.
your Halloween costume next year needs to be.
I'm not going as a moray eel for Halloween.
No. Ursula with your 2 moray eels. But you could do the Jeff Castellucci Ursula. And
She said they look like Muppets. What the frick?
kind of feel bad for the Muppets.
Undo that sentence right now.
Actually, no, wait. I think I know which Muppets she's thinking of. Well, there's also Heart of the Moray Eel Muppets, too.
Undo
the
that
moray
sentence
eel-
right now. I can't believe you would talk about my moray eels like that.
No, just like
Let me dry my eyes with my maraca skull.
that actually
I don't
almost
know
sounds
why, but
like a rattlesnake rattle for a second.
okay, one second.
It fits perfectly. However, my bee antennas are not strong enough to hold the skulls of those I have killed. You're next if you keep laughing like that, Connor.
Okay, funny
Well, you
story.
said that in the
Let me just...
street, the thing caught up to you, shaking the skull at the same time. And now you have
This is a
skull
threat.
nose. What's funny is when you have the skull nose like there, it looks the eyes look like just 2 giant nostrils. when it was like angled off like the bottom part, it looked like it was had like one big like inflated nose like going on.
It'd be like that sometimes. Let me go get some food.
Okay, funny story.
I do have this.
I may not be mentally stable.
What is that? Jesus.
It's a candle that bleeds
The
blood, that bleeds red wax out of the eyes when it's
Oh,
melted.
I'm like, what's going on? And I look over and in the Discord and yeah, okay. Showing off our skull
nice.
collections.
Though I also have. Where did I put it?
I boxed it up a while ago, but I think it's.
Oh, is it the pink diamond?
No, I have that too, but. Is this the right box?
Water
This is not
life
right.
are all friendly. True. Fish, they like being pet. They like being pet. And I can't tell you how happy, like, the fact that fish like being pet makes me.
Yeah, it is funny. Not all fish, but some fish definitely do.
Most fish actually like being pet.
Makes sense. Actually, can I tell you something funny now that this just came up? No, well, it's about something else, but I just want to bring up because it's funny to me.
Go ahead.
So actually, my mother comes up and hears me speaking with both, and she actually tells me to be careful because Connor has a deeper voice.
I remember
Yeah,
when
I
your mom thought that I was a child predator.
Yeah, it's because my parents really don't trust the internet.
Fair, honestly.
I was gonna say yeah for very good reasons. Yep.
Yeah. But looks at myself.
I could always
Hmm.
talk to her in this voice. Then she'd really be afraid.
Why the frick you
I
talking to
think I
Milky
finally
Mouse? Milky Mouse.
think
Yes.
Ah, yes. Here we go. I know I had it stored here somewhere.
Oh.
Moment.
Well, I'm not going to get all the teeth back in time.
What? What do you mean get all the teeth back in time?
Well, that doesn't sound very fun now, does it?
Oh!
A naturally mummified coyote skull that my mom found for me a while ago.
Do you know that you
Located
can...
in the box.
You know how, like, they mummified, like, people to become mummies? Was basically them making human jerky?
Yeah. And this thing was, it had a lot of very dehydrated fur and stuff on it when I first got it, but I cleaned it off and got it and stuff. But it had been out in the, where was Mom at? I think she was in Arizona, and it was out in, like, the middle of, like, a desert. Like, there was a small, like, rock overhang, and one of the rocks had fallen down and caught it, apparently. But, like, she happened to, like, see, like, the glint of the bone and looked over, and there was a skull that was mostly intact and stuff, and she was like, oh, Connor would love to see that, and so I have a coyote skull.
Yeah.
Nice.
I did have a raven skull at one point, but it's it started to crack, and then my cat at the time found it.
Oh no.
Yeah, it got a little more than a little chewed up. Like, well, that's not ideal.
Hello.
I had to switch because, like, all I could see was your eyes for a second there when it because it was like
I don't know.
sideways.
Yeah, I know. My hair looks like.
I am around that age, actually. But yeah, just like, I don't know, guys. I don't know, guys. I don't know, looks at stuff. I don't know, guys. It might be a child predator.
I don't know. Is it?
Well, I mean, it kind of depends on where you put the comma in there.
Yeah, okay,
Hi, Connor.
that's fair. But hey, I may be murderous.
Yes.
That's it. That's it. That's the whole thing.
You may be murderous, but you're not a threat.
I'm not a
Let's put it like that.
threat.
Yep.
I am kept in check by being given multiple offerings every day.
Yeah.
Nah, it's just more that whenever you get angry, I just like come over, just give you a giant hug and pick you up. And can't really do much about it.
I will kill you.
Here's the Aquan. I'll kill you. It's like, right, Aquan.
You dare underestimate me and my powers, I'll have you know this. Your mortal confines won't hold me for long.
I'm sure they will. As soon as he understood the weakness of his flesh, it disgusted him. I don't know. I just don't know. No, there's a time. Look at this time, and then you just don't know what to say after this time. Like you pass, there's nothing to say.
Me wondering why my stream frame rates are so low. Sees both of you guys with cameras on. There we go. There's the reason.
That might have something to do with it. I hadn't really thought of that.
There's the
Probably
reason.
called-
What was that, Eater?
No, I just said that I probably look older than I should. Because for a 16-year-old, looking.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I was actually even worse off than that back then. I basically just gave up on ever trying to shave it. Like pretty much in like junior high, I was just like, nope, this isn't gonna work. Because it was like I would shave before I went to school, and by the time it was lunchtime, I already had a full-on. It was just like, yeah.
Happens to me. That happens very often. It shouldn't, but it should. But it happens.
No, I remember one was just like, you're supposed to shave that. I was like, I did. What? 2 days ago? Today, like 3 hours ago.
L, imagine.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, this guy, but it was just like, yeah, it's not ideal. It happens, you know. Apparently, your stream just caught up to you realizing that we were on camera.
Yeah, it's taking that so long to catch up because you guys are on camera.
Maybe.
My skipped frames are at 89%. It's not funny.
Yes, it is. One
I mean,
can. One,
hey, it's playing into your slideshow brand. That's what you're going for, right?
No, not my slideshow brand again.
yes,
It's back.
No.
it's part of the brand. You know, you have like a list. Like there's the anvil, there's the wolves, there's the beast, and there's a slow frame rate.
I'm being insulted.
Well, don't forget, there's
No.
also the Tay sayings.
The
Very
Tay
quotable
sayings.
Tay
There's so many of those that you guys don't even know about.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm just surprised that one of Tay's many accounts hasn't come on to speak back yet.
I think Tay's sleeping right now,
Uh,
which is surprising.
yeah, I was gonna say, don't we usually have to like trick her into going to sleep almost?
Yeah, there's only one person in my friend group that actually has a decent sleep schedule. It's
You have
not
one?
me.
Who? And who is?
I'm fairly sure I don't have a single one that has a good sleep schedule.
It's the one person who has... It's the person who we call has the most rights in the friend group.
Phone, stay where I set you.
I don't even want to see what my frame rates are doing.
Well, there's no videos now, so it's probably good. Well, oh, wait. It didn't pause itself, it's just...
98!
Oh, look, it switched!
98!
That's better.
Oh my god, that was a hilarious frame for it to have paused on you for a second there.
Yeah.
We were doing like the orangutan, like the ook, like face.
Leave me alone.
Okay. Actually, I need to go right now. It was nice talking with you guys.
Wasn't I talking with you too? Good night.
Night.
Not me, still
Am-
looking for the
you
iron.
alright?
And now, right as the frames are going back, let's hit the camera button again.
No, you must.
No, but error joined back in, so that's probably gonna help.
No, listen.
Oh no,
I just wanted
I was like, right as the frames are going back, I'm gonna turn the camera right back on. And she's like, don't you?
You do that, I kill you.
Only I just wanted to say one thing. Don't forget answering the next messages, all right? I just feel like you don't care when you do.
Okay, here's the thing. I go on my phone to answer them, and it's always like when I'm at school when I answer them for some reason. And the Wi-Fi is so bad that I send it and it says, "Okay, you sent it." And I get home and it's not been sent.
Yeah.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No,
That makes sense. I'm sorry.
it's okay.
Thank you.
I'll try and find a workaround to it though.
No, it's okay. I understand. Okay, see you later now. Good
See
night.
you. Good night.
That's just like the signal around my house, like 90% of the time. It's like, I sent a message. When? 4 days ago. Still hasn't
Yo,
come in
join.
yet.
I'm currently searching for iron because I got it on my thing.
Oh, you're cool. So you cook food
Yep.
It's been a couple hours though searching for iron. Nothing to worry about.
if you're okay.
Yeah, go ahead. We're... Oh boy, this is gonna be fun.
Else, man.
No. Era just went to bed and Connor's on call.
Hello.
Oh, Connor's there. Okay. I won't be. Sorry.
It's okay.
I wonder if I should get on.
Why?
Is it worth me getting on?
Yeah, if you want to.
They won't hear me.
They won't hear you, but you can still play.
No, I'm gonna get on, but not worth getting on the call. I'm gonna
No, it's not worth getting on the call. You won't be able to
try
hear.
and see if it'll hook this time.
Oh yeah, because Gray was on and messed around with that, so maybe it will.
I mean, if we figure out what the issue was with your microphone, we could probably hear you, but we have no idea what was up with that.
That's fine still.
I hope it wasn't on push to talk earlier. That would be kind of funny.
Don't say that.
I mean, I've done that before. Where I would be like, right, the one thing you forget to check is it on push to talk, or like has like the sensitivity all the way, or like all the way shut down, so it doesn't hardly ever catch the voice. That was my collarbone. Oh.
Don't kill your collarbone.
No,
Normally
I just
it's
moved
bad.
it in the wrong way and it popped out of socket.
What?
This is gonna hurt to pop back in. Oh, yeah,
Are you
that
on?
hurt.
Are you on push to
Ooh, that
talk?
hurt.
No, but are you on push to talk? I think you might be on push to talk.
I tried that before.
Who is Tay? Tay is one of my friends in real life who sometimes doesn't understand things, and it's amusing.
They're almost always in the chat, but this time they're not. But
Yeah, they
Yeah,
have
it's,
10 million different accounts.
yeah.
Their nickname is Timeout because that's what I keep doing to them.
Didn't you like type out like almost like 13 accounts in one night one time?
Yes. Nope.
Funny enough, that actually gets your interaction rate up on Twitch, if I remember correctly. That there's more people because it counts like it has moderation activity or something like that. Or at least it did the last time I looked at how the dang algorithm thing worked.
The algorithm's stupid. I hate it so much.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess it's maybe slightly better on Twitch than than YouTube's one at least. But
Everything's better on Twitch than it is on YouTube. Almost
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah. Except for trying to keep videos online for more than like a year.
Let's go. I'm trying to freaking find this iron.
Bronze Age, even would be sweet.
We are in the Bronze Age.
If only there was
Barely.
if only you could do like the cave
I
maps,
found zinc.
then this would be a lot better.
Hey, that's half the Bronze Age. Isn't it? It is.
So one thing you could do that might help out a lot with mining is if you carry either charcoal or chalk with you, you can use them and mark the like when you're finding like parts on the island, you can like mark where you find a number, and then you can start using that to mark like where things change, and that might help you kind of get a better idea of like where directional things are. Because you can use like the arrow and a like I think it has a plus and a minus sign or something.
I mean, I could. But am
I
I
almost
going
always
to?
have
No, because
stack
I'm
of-
stubborn.
Yeah, I just almost always have a stack of the stuff on me when I'm in the game, just because it's like, yeah, it's helpful if you get into caves or like digging underground or what have you. Though a full plus sign center finder for the iron would probably also help. Is there ore above your character's head where you're digging right now? So, I don't know how to say like how long ago this was, but I just like looked and saw like there was like a red ore in the roof of the stone above your head. It was when you were like clearing a kind of a circle around you. I mean, that might be the cinnabar that was on your list, but I'm not sure. But hey, everything that you get off of it will help you more accurately find what's left. So I thought cinnabar was even more red than that. But,
I'm looking on the top of everything. I don't see it.
okay, maybe it was just like a color in the rock and like the particular angle you were standing at or something.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it was.
One thing that might help you is if you turn on the chunk border debug. That would, or because ores do somewhat spawn chunk related, and like how it tells you where the numbers are, that's chunk related. So you could kind of use that and maybe get a little bit more accurate of a reading and stuff off of that. I tend to just have that thing on because it's like, oh my god, it's just like there's like so many things that are somewhat chunk related, but like the game doesn't tell you that, and it's like, okay, I'm just gonna leave this on because chunks.
We grabbed a stack of wood and put it in by the oven because we're out there. But I'm gonna head out now to get one. So I have like 2 things of food downstairs. It makes me real nervous. Makes me nervous.
Ugh.
Some people.
Ugh. No, I don't think our crops are done.
Work we go.
Ugh.
Guess what? Our fruit trees. It's got a little bit of flowers on it. One of them has flowers on it. It doesn't stay flowering, but I can see flowers on it.
Yeah, no, they stay.
You know, apple tree, we need more trees. We need. Just because. Let's go run.
Blah. I'm gonna try and find another cave system, like, way far west, which is where, you know, it's supposed to be. Instead of just staying here and digging the entire way.
The nope Virgo thing just made me think of a hell of a boss when and like Moxie. It's like, yeah, sitting here for 2 hours. You don't even know what we are. What are you then? I'm a Virgo. God damn it. It's like, yeah, nope.
Vibe.
I could see Moxie and Ollie getting along far too well.
Hey. Yeah. Oh, frick nah. I will go around the wolves. I did not successfully go around the wolves. Another one. 2.
You know, you should be able to like carry bones out here, like be able to like throw a bone or throw a piece of meat and distract the wolves.
I agree.
So you like the hook blade as as the weapon choice?
Fox.
Yep, the fox.
Interesting. I tend to go with the spear / halberd option because God, reach is nice in this game.
Yeah, I used to use the long sword, but
Bow.
Yeah, I didn't like how slow well, I guess the spear and stuff is kind of slower, but it's got even more reach. So
you know, fine, I'll fight you.
yeah, out of the short weapons, I guess the Falcus is probably one of the better ones.
No, 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 no.
I'm just like, what in the world is she gonna run in, or is Ollie gonna run into here? Like, it sounds like some sort of really bad situation. It's like, I wonder what's here.
You can outrun wolves, you can outrun wolves.
Ah, more wolves. At least it's not like the feral dogs from that one mod that there's no outrunning those things.
Dire wolves.
No, the dire wolves weren't nearly as bad as the darn feral dogs. Hit less per hit, but there was no outrunning them.
I'm going around it. I'm fine.
More wolves.
Shut up, Dad. You're supposed to be on my side, Dad.
I am. You said nice job. I didn't say bad job. So I'm on your side. Perfect. Right?
Mm.
That's what I'm getting there.
Nope, I went too far west.
I just like the answer after there's a wolf. I don't want to wolf. I want food. I don't count a wolf as food.
I mean, technically.
kill him anything because his arrow intelligence
Silvernights, bar, new copper, experience, and the minimal ones. So at least you know that this spot's definitely further away from the ore.
Yep.
So it probably is lower in the world. Plus, most iron is much lower than other ores. I want to say iron's like main weight was like at 42 or something like that. Or was it 22? It was either 42 or 22, I think. They can spawn higher, but most of them are pretty low. Unless I doubt the server has the other search version that there's like one of the command or common like server command features or mods that adds in like a third node check thing. But I don't think this server has that on it.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's like a third mode, and it checks the exact block you checked and straight down from it a certain amount of area, and it tells you anything that's within that line.
That'd be so useful.
Yeah, it's like you generally use like the density to find, or if you're even using density, use the density to find the rough area, then use the big one to kind of narrow down the spot, and then you use that one just to make sure you actually have the spot you want.
Okay,
But
so
it
it's
is-
still
it-
further this way.
And since everything's big discs, you can kind of just do like a grid search and find most things. Not some of the really small rare ores, but everything else. Cave rabbit.
I'm back to this. So...
Yeah, that was a 6% hematite there.
maybe it's this way.
Possibly. I mean, you've probably gone too far. The search doesn't span that far. It only searches in like a
I know.
16 block area.
But this is back where we started, so maybe it's more this way.
Oh. We're probably like halfway in between the two. Since you got 6 on both sides.
True. Oh, hey. A shell.
Are you trying to collect all the shells?
No, but I think they're pretty.
True. It'd be kind of nice if you could do something to like polish them up and make the colors pop on them more like you can in real life.
Are they all poisonous mushrooms? What? I don't know.
Your little B10s just look kind of tired today.
Because I'm tired, so they're tired.
I think it's because they're like just kind of like they got a couple of like wonky cranks. They just look like they've seen brighter days. Kind of funny. Why don't you just leave the torch out of your hand while you're up on the surface? Is that all fire clay?
Yeah, but we have more closer fire clay ones.
Nice. It'd be kind of fun if you could make a wolf skit, like a wolf skull, like cloak in this game. There's a lot of drifters coming out of there.
Oh! Eh. Oh, that's why.
Fish. That's obviously all we ended up getting today. Some straight fish again, so I guess I'll take that.
So is there a reason you like never check the drifters?
Oh. I just don't think about it.
Huh?
Usually Dad does it.
Oh.
So I just don't think about it. Yeah, because he's the hunter.
Oh. I mean, you'd want to have a malefactor check them.
But we don't really have, we don't have one. Normally I'm the malefactor.
Oh, I thought you were a What are you this time?
This time I'm a tailor.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah, which has worked out really nicely for us. But you definitely don't
Yeah.
want me checking the drifters.
Yeah, or doing crops or vessels or basically anything. The tailor kind of gets screwed over with the stats.
Yeah.
Well, you can plant crops. Planting crops is okay. You can plant crops, okay.
Yeah, okay, we've gone too far. I
What'd
think
you
I
go
took
too
a
far
wrong
in?
turn. We went too far. The iron, no trace of it here.
Oh. Well, at least, hey, that means you know where it's definitely not past that area
Oh.
then. That actually is useful. Now it's getting to where you're checking.
I hate the crawling drifters.
I wonder if it's like directly under the quartz vein.
Why do you say that? Now it's going to be.
Well, I was just thinking like all the scans like started from there, and that was kind of like it was in one of the spots with like the 6%, and it was like, It's like the kind of the one place we didn't really check was like under the quartz.
To go check under the quartz we go.
Just like dig down to it, it's like, oh look, iron. I definitely have to figure out how you got the change though that made it so that like all the leaves and
I
like
have
the
no
ferns and
idea.
everything are invisible. Because whatever it is really nice.
I genuinely have no idea.
It's like normally I would think it would be like a texture pack thing, but since you haven't added anything like that, I'm gonna guess some sort of command that I didn't realize existed.
No, I just freak around and found out. Also, Terra Preta.
Always nice to get Terra Preta.
After this match, I'm gonna
We do have the space. We do have the Terra Preta, so yeah. Do what you want to do. We have the space, we have the Terra Preta, might as well.
I feel like I had a little bit of Terra Preta on my character when I logged out, but I can't even check right now because computer down.
Yep, there was 14 Terra Preta there. Me going to dig underneath the quartz vein. Huh.
one fish.
Oh. Good night, Atua.
Also, or as a tailor, you really should not. I don't think I could be wrong on what the negatives are, but I think you should not be the one to mine rare ores or important ores, because I think you lose like 30% of the ores.
No. I just have minus mining speed. I'm just slower.
For some reason, I thought Taylor had a penalty to the amount that they got, but
No, that's hunters.
no, I thought Taylor's got them as well. Taylor had like negatives to almost everything. Oh, night Optical.
Nope. Just mining speed. Just the speed.
Okay. Okay, so Hunter, it must have been Hunters and Clockworkers then that were the two that had the penalties.
Mm-hmm.
Clockworkers definitely get shafted on it on a lot of stuff too. It's like Taylors and Clockworkers are both like, yeah, you pretty
Well,
much
we're
just
late
stay in the
game
building
one, so it
people.
makes sense.
Kill the fox, I guess that's all you get to do. The fox for him.
I wonder if anybody's done like a real world project with Terraformer Craft yet, where like those ones where they make like the 2-scale Earth map type things.
The guys that made Vintage are the guys that did
I know there's one in they've been working on it in Project Zomboid for a while. There was one 7 Days to Die, but they gave up on that because of the game's lagginess. There's definitely one for, like multiple for Minecraft.
Okay, small problem. We did not, in fact, find the iron, but we did find a whole nother cave.
The screen is the thing is not quite caught up to that yet, but that's good to know.
Unlucky for me, more like unlucky for me, because this means I actually have to do it now. We have ladders here already.
Oh. Well, I mean, at least you have 2 ways out now.
Wait a minute, I didn't check down here.
It's a long way down. Geronimo!
No, Era did that and ruined like our entire thing.
Yeah, but I remember that. I was just like, yeah, that was not ideal.
Hi, Wolfie.
So one thing you can do with the rocks to save like lag and space and stuff, um, if you combine them into the stone wall or into stone fences, that like divides the amount of in the stack by 6, and
Come on, Wolf. Where are you?
another quartz vein.
Hmm. There's a ruin down
you
there.
were already over there when you were doing it. I was looking at when you were looking at the other hole.
Stream lag really be bad.
Yeah, little. Well, it's still 6%, so guess you could try going down lower. It's probably a low. With that percent, it's probably a low spawning iron.
Ow.
Or I should say 0.6%, not 6%.
If it was 6%, we'd be celebrating.
Yeah, it'd be like it's here somewhere.
Where? Good question. Wait a minute, cobblestone.
Is there another ruin in that cave?
Apparently not, it was just one piece.
No. Oh yeah, I think you left one when you were trying to escape earlier.
Here, I have enough torches to spare one of them. Okay, that's not that far down.
Yeah, just remember there is like the gap after the hole where arrow landed on.
This is a different one.
Oh, different one. Yep. Although it does probably connect up to the thing below it.
It might. And if so, we might find the secret part of the ruin that we couldn't find earlier.
Possibly. Or a different, bigger ruin.
Hopefully not. I don't want to deal with that.
Oh look, it's a queen locust ruin.
You're funny. I may be stupid, but I'm not walking into death. At least not
Walk through the
willingly.
valley of the shadow of death.
About to die, sweaty.
Those some worrying creaky sounds.
Fishy. For food. Keep 23 on food. Some cooking tonight. Probably fish.
That's a lot of drifters. I'm gonna do my thing, and then if it doesn't say more, then I'm leaving. I'm not stupid.
Oh look, it went up to 8%, to 0.8. I guess you have to go lower.
didn't. It went down. Ha! I'm leaving.
Okay, so it's probably, but well, you kind of also went to the side because of how the cave shifted there. Probably check it right at the bottom of like the pathway you went down.
Oh, the bottom of the pathway. Yeah, I can do that. Oh, I started going up it. My bad.
Could be down the path that era Geronimo down too.
Nope.
Nope.
So I'm leaving.
Okay. Well, so we know that it seems to drop off somewhere around the 60-ish, 70 range. Did we ever try higher than the quartz?
Why would we try higher than the quartz?
I mean, it's not likely, but
There was literally like 3 feet of.
okay, I can remember how much was above it. Okay, so it's probably between roughly the 70 and the quartz area, and then just in a direction. So maybe try it like
Let's try north.
85,
85?
85, maybe 90, and then just maybe 90 just for even math, and then just
Let's go to 85 then.
do like a plus sign and see if it triggers bigger numbers. At this point, you're close enough that if there's a node, it should show pretty accurate numbers when you start doing a big plus. Unless there's more
91.
than one. Unless there's more than one iron, in which case that will throw results off a little.
$88.
And probably just
85.
check and then probably just check like every 20 along a line until you get to a spot where it drops or raises, and then.
Okay, but we need to go get our sanity back up before we can do that.
Who needs sanity? Highly overrated.
Us. If we want to not get transported to Rustworld, do you want to do that? That's what I thought.
Everybody loves Rust.
You know, I haven't been or played much since like they added in the like full Rust world. I can't remember. Do I remember correctly that they were planning on that resources are supposed to be more prevalent in there?
Yes, actually, a lot of resources are more prevalent in there.
So it's done.
Yeah, a lot more death, but a lot more resources. So it might be almost easier just to mine in there.
No, smiley face. No, it isn't tempting.
Tempting for you.
No. No.
Your dad trying to convince you to do it too.
Yes. And no.
What's worse than can happen?
Death, actually.
Well, be your death.
Yes, my death. The death of your youngest child.
When you put it that way, I guess that should be opposed. Right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm opposed. There.
Did he say great?
No.
It just had like I could just barely. I was like, it almost sounds like he's like great. I was like, wow.
Thanks, Dad.
That would be evil.
And you're telling me you aren't?
Not normal. Not normal. Well, if you ask the kids, maybe. Let's cook some bush meat. Why not? I got a bunch. To be honest, our thing is full of bush meat. We don't need any more raw right now. So I'm just gonna eat some bush meat. Why not? Cook this bush
Okay, once our stability is back to 100, we can go down.
I just need some fruit. Eat fruit. Just pick some, whatever's out here. Some red carrots out here.
You know, if you had a lantern with you, the brighter light from that makes your sanity rate rise higher, faster. Also, doing the sit action helps.
Well, I'm sitting by light sources, so...
Yeah, but they can only go up to a certain level because torches have a pretty low light score.
Probably need to build a lantern.
I thought you were about to light the grass around you on fire, and I was like, oh, this is not going to go well.
Nice. But yeah. What do we not have, Dad? We have some parsnips downstairs. Berries. Oh.
Huh. You know, I wonder how the teleport to the other dimension thing works if you're underground. I wonder if it, like, puts you at roughly, like, the same underground spot, or if it puts you on the surface, or how that works. Or if maybe or if you have to be near a rift, or...
I don't know. Coward. Not you, Connor, my dad.
Yeah, I figured.
No. I wasn't the one who said it was an interesting idea.
Thought that should be. Awesome fuzzy yellow bee shirt, by the way.
Thank you. It's fuzzy. It's soft.
The important things. If it has pockets, it's the full deal.
It doesn't have pockets, but it's a top, so it's not a necessity.
Everything should have pockets.
True, but still.
Yeah.
And it's not see-through.
That is hard to find occasionally, yes.
So, pog!
Even worse is when somebody thinks something's not see-through.
And then it is. I didn't know, fun story time. I didn't know why it became see-through when wet in 6th grade during track practice. And I was helping get the lawn jump ready. And I remember these two guys, these two 8th graders coming up to me and, pardon the crudeness, going, nice tits. And that was a fun time in my life.
Yep. Good old wet t-shirt contest, yep.
They could have done, they were both wearing jackets. Like, they could have, lent me their jacket or something. No.
Yeah, no.
They could have been decent human beings. But no. Or at least, told me. Instead of just being creepy.
Yeah. Good luck with that with humanity.
Meh. Meh.
It'd be like one of my friends who they were wearing it was a decently nicely patterned, somewhat skin tight dress for one of the dances.
Yeah.
And it was in kind of natural, almost their skin tone colors, but they made kind of a cool leafy pattern very
that's
gentle
cool.
leaf pattern. Except for the fact that under the particular light that they used in the gymnasium,
Oh no.
it became entirely transparent, basically. And,
Oh no.
Yeah, because it perfectly reflected back through it, and yeah, it was clear that she was not wearing bra or anything. I was like, and just quickly got her out of the room because I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, no. Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
That,
It
oh.
was yeah.
That's just a yikes.
Yeah, it's like, oh, there's only like a couple people I think that saw it beforehand. I was like, oh, that's yeah, let's not do that. Because we know how high school people are. It's like, honestly, she was lucky that there just wasn't anybody who had like their smartphone out immediately.
True.
At least not that I saw anyway.
Alright, I'll have like 3 batches, I think.
Okay, so it doesn't look like the hematite's this way.
I think I'm gonna get 3 batches done.
Oh, did it go down that way?
If I went 20 blocks
Okay.
this way.
One's finished.
Okay, cool. That's actually really good. Mark on your map where that spot is, and then go the opposite direction.
Here, how about instead of this, I make...
Fish person.
Or write it down or something. But I was just gonna say, if you mark it and then go the opposite direction, so through like the middle.
I marked
Go
it with a
until
ladder.
Okay. Well, no. You want to mark it with the map, or you want to mark it on the map, because we're gonna need to triangulate here.
Well, I can go back to that later.
Okay. Yeah. But then you go back the other way, and then go until it drops off on the other side. We actually don't care about it going up, only that it goes down, only it going down.
I have no idea what you just explained to me.
So go past the ladder that you came down, and keep going in a straight line the other way without going up or down, and keep going until checking at 20s until the number drops again. We don't really care about it going up so much, only like where it drops. Although if it keeps going up, we'll keep track of like where the most recent highest switch, like the most recent change in number is.
Okay.
And then once we find the center of those two drop-off points, then we just turn 90 degrees and check the other way, and then you can find the center of the hole and dig down or up or what have you. I'm guessing with the percentages it has, it's probably a ways off still, but... Another cave. Nice.
That way they can't fall in.
Oh, it hasn't caught up to that at all. Actually, maybe it did. Did your stream finally catch up? Well, most parts. It's closer than it was, I think. Yeah, it's much closer than it was. Helps a lot when Aaron and I aren't both on video call.
Normally.
Batch of fish stew with goodies and a batch of meat stew with goodies for each, and another meat stew with goodies with like veggie and fruit. So we have at stage 2, that'll be 5. Still not enough, but I'll have to get tomorrow.
I'll be back in a bit. I think I'm gonna go make myself some top ramen real quick.
Okay, it dropped off.
Okay, cool. Okay, so take the those two marks on them, or like find out those two exact locations where they dropped off,
Okay.
and then go to the center of those.
Well, this one was 20 and the other one was 25 away, so...
Okay, we'll go to the center mark between those two. So 23 blocks. So it'd be like probably like 2 blocks off the ladder or something. And at this point, you probably want to switch to the other node pick. Well, we can do this one first, and then we'll switch to the other node pick, I guess.
I'll actually count this time.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And then when you're at the center, you turn 90 degrees, so directly like to the side, and do the same thing that way and then find the center of that line. Once you found the center of that line, it should be at the center of the metal, but at that point, switch over to the not the density, but the other one, because the other one's much more reliable.
Yeah.
And it'll give you a much better reading. Okay. I'm gonna mute. I will be in AFK in the chat stuff, and I will be
Yep.
back once I grab ramen.
Yep.
Because hunger.
Alright, 3 things of food.
Cap.
A lot, but guess what? It's more than that. I got a bunch of bush meat, so I'll eat that for the day. So we'll save some. So I got 5 meat. I got 3 fish. I got a bunch of mushrooms. Oh, our pickled carrots are gone. Alright, got some food.
We were given it. I noticed. Gonna mess up my digging. Here, once I get the next sample, I've got to leave. Otherwise, my sanity will go way too low.
We can't do it. They're attacking me. Thanks, bro.
I didn't want to mine anyway.
Yeah, it's like 4 squares.
There aren't any down in the caves, obviously, but you know what there are down in the caves? A bunch of drifters spawning in the little tunnels they make. Mm-hmm. It just went up to 93% out of nowhere. What's going on? No! Dad, I am complaining. That's the frame rate. Skipped frames. Your stream is experiencing issues. Really? No. Bruh. It's still only at 60. But the frame rate has gone down.
Yes. Yep.
Yay, chat, we can go back down. This iron thought it could elude me, the great deity. Nothing can. Ah, frick, that's a drift. Dum dum. Bum 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 ba da bum bum ba da 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 da. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's still going. Peridot. That's my birthstone. Peridot, my birthstone. I love Peridot. It's so pretty. It still hasn't gone down. We're gonna be here forever, chat. And it's gonna be boring. Also, I got Floyd's birthday card. I don't know if any of you guys play Twisted Wonderland, but I got his birthday card on my first 10 pull. I was so happy. Which means that I got another free 10 pull that I'm not going to use, because, well, I do love Jade and his mushroom antics. I love the other ones that I'm going to get too. So I'm going to get 99% skipped frames. Excuse me? I'm going to get... So I already have Kalim's birthday card. Now I have... And I pulled for Riddle, which should give me more, because he and his birthdays are the same exact. I should have had more luck for that. I didn't get it, though. Used all of my gems and keys. And then, so I have those... And then I have Kalim, Floyd. I have an SSR of Ruggy, but I want his birthday card. I want Riddle's birthday card, obviously. And then I also want Sebek's birthday card. And then, boom, I'm done. Dream Team completed. Of course, I'll pull for the other birthday cards after that. And of course, I'm going to pull for Malleus's first SSR card. I mean, who isn't? The poster boy's finally getting his first SSR card. It'd be kind of rude to not pull for it. It still hasn't dropped off. I also would pull for Azul, but, you know. Because while I do love Azul, the person that like, if I got teleported into Twisted Wonderland, the highest chance is that I die. Second highest chance is that I remain single. When I'm older. When I'm older. Let me clarify that real quick. And I'd say the third highest chance is probably me ending up with Floyd. Because hugs. Is it a stupid idea? Yes. But I mean, hey, death by hug is not the worst way you could go out. It still hasn't dropped off. I hate this. Why are my frames 100%? From what? From what? There's so much more high action things than this, and this is where it draws the line? Are you kidding me, Streamlabs? It still hasn't dropped off. Watch, as if it goes higher, I'm gonna cry. Oh, it's gone down. I complained and Streamlabs went, fine. This is in fact not vibing. You know.
Potatoes, wrapped salmon, and mashed potatoes.
We're having salmon and mashed potatoes. Yep, and I still haven't found the edge of where the hematite is. It still hasn't dropped off.
This one's the basement.
What?
Drifter sector.
It finally dropped off, Dad.
What finally dropped off?
The hematite. So now I just need to count how many. Frick.
It's good. You gotta change. Change is good. That's what you want.
It's very good. It's just time consuming. Okay, 1. Don't interrupt me. I'll have to restart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, nice, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Hundred and 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 21, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 29, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 39.
Onions. So that would be Kate.
Eh.
Planted that lettuce stew in.
Yep. Dad, what's the number in between 139 and 25? 139 and 25. 80 and a half? 82 and a half. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have to restart. Are you enjoying this episode of Counting with the Human Mess Chat? I'm not. I'm not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51,
Okay, I'm back.
Hello, welcome back. I found the center of it. So now I'm digging
Nice.
and digging.
Yep, now it's just time to ladder up and down. And did you use the other search mode to double check the center?
No. Here, I will right now, though.
Yeah.
Okay, there's...
Okay, it's gonna be a little while before my
It
ROM
said
does anything.
south right.
Oh, yeah, it kind of depends on what they set that other mode size to, I guess.
Should I continue digging down or give up?
Probably just keep digging down.
Okay. I'm
Just
gonna...
use the first mode every once in a while just to see if it's getting bigger. Because you may have passed it potentially, but...
You got attacked by a bear? And lived.
In game or in real life?
In game. Okay, well I need more ladders if I'm gonna go all the way down, so...
Okay. Well, you can check the,
Yeah, I didn't
Did you
drop
see it?
off for 139 down this way.
Dang.
That was not a fun time.
Unless it was in the middle of it and you just got, like, the two sides that are about the same number.
Okay, I'm gonna go up and get a bunch of ladders.
Topu.
Ugh.
Whew. Okay, the Thai chili I chose was definitely a hot one.
F.
No, I mean, it's good. It's just, wow, I didn't think it was going to be quite that potent with, because the last couple, like, most of the ones we've had from that harvest were not super strong, but this one has a little bit of a kick.
All of the heat went to this one.
It does seem to happen with those every once in a while. I think there's, like, legitimately a thing where it's like, out of 10 peppers, 9 are sweet peppers that don't have that much heat, and then there's like 1 out of the 10 that has a lot more heat. Which, if I had to guess, I'd probably say that's like the female flower's pepper that probably has the actual, like, seeds that actually can spread, whereas the other ones are probably like decoy male flowers after the thing, but I'm not sure on that.
Yeah, probably makes sense. No. I mean, hey, if he's close to the house, if you want to put him in the same pit as Gerald.
So it does kind of remind me of that one comic meme of the scientist that's walking up to, like, the sentient pepper, and the pepper's like, yeah, my kind developed a chemical so that we feel uncomfortable to creatures that eat us. Human, we bred your hottest or young to make them hotter until it makes intense psychological discomfort and damage. It's like,
Yeah.
Humans.
We're not smart.
Yeah. I'm honestly just waiting to, like, see, like, a good, like, fantasy show or anime or something that straight up is, like, from the perspective of, like, one of the elves or one of the orcs or something, and humans are just portrayed straight up as, like, the most horrific monsters possible. It's like, we can't deny it. Everything they're saying is pretty dang accurate.
I mean, what are we gonna say? Like, no, we definitely did. Oh, wait, no, we did.
Yeah, we don't destroy everything in Nitro. Well.
We haven't
mean
killed
putting
off
metal in our
multiple
mouths?
species of O.
Yeah. What do you mean putting metal in our bodies and in our mouths to shape ourselves to be more efficient is scary? We do that all the time. Heck, we can't even say that we haven't killed off multiple species this month. Especially if you count the things that house cats kill off, then we can't even say this week. They're pretty much the only species that's killed off more or extinctified more things than we have.
Or the things that we've created.
Oh, I guess mosquitoes. Mosquitoes might be the only other contender.
They're like the only like universally hated animal.
Yep. I mean, maybe fleas, but I'm not as.
No, I know
versed in
people who
fleas.
like fleas.
Yeah. Yeah, flea circuses used to be a thing. No, I meant like I was thinking like the on par with like the killing off thing, but I don't think fleas are nearly as bad about it as mosquitoes. Ticks. Ticks might be another contender actually.
True.
And nobody likes those either. So, okay, so we have like the three creatures, the 3/ maybe 4 creatures that from Earth that would just be like, yeah, any other group seeing us would be like, and why are these not eradicated? We tried, they just keep coming back.
You see, they're incredibly stupid. Then why haven't you managed to kill them yet? Because they're also somehow incredibly smart at the same time. It can and will put something extremely hot into its mouth after being warned that it was hot, and then go, "Ow, it's hot, why didn't you tell me?" But at the same time has managed to shoot one of their kind into space.
Yep. Or they were able to safely, or albeit in small amounts, safely create a observable mass of antimatter, yet at the same time points to the rest of humanity.
They protect species in the wild that need a helping hand in order to not go extinct. And yet at the same time
Yeah. It's actually like one of the big mysteries of evolutionary biology is how the hell did humans survive long enough to be able to create tools?
I'm
like-
still wondering how we're still surviving. I look at some of these people and I'm like,
Yeah.
like,
Well, that's
I
what
know
we
for a
haven't
fact, like, if I were to be dropped on, like, an island that did have, like, resources and stuff like that, like, I wouldn't survive for very long. But I wouldn't die in the first year.
Yeah, I'd probably be fine. I'd just be like, you're telling me that I can be out here and have nobody out here to bug me. Yep. Don't worry, don't come back. I'll be good. I'll be good. Maybe do an airdrop of manga every once in a while so I don't get too bored.
Yeah. But, like, I don't think I would survive much longer than a year. I'm gonna be honest. Winter, I'd probably be able to survive through winter. Not comfortably, but I'd survive and die immediately afterwards. But, like, I look at some of these people and, like...
I was gonna say, it massively depends on what biome it's in. That
Yeah.
The island's in.
But I'd be able to say I would at least survive. No matter what the biome, I'd like to say that I'd survive as long as it's not, like, you know, literally polar. I'd say I'd be able...
Yeah, that's a problem.
I'd be able to survive to winter. Beyond that... But I'd be able to survive to winter. Maybe not comfortably or well, but I'd survive.
Yeah, I think I'd have more trouble with the summer than I would actually the winter in most parts on the islands, just because I already burn like hell as it is. If I'm out there on an island with no sunscreen and so forth, yeah, it's going to get lobstery.
Lobster time. I also burn really easily. Lobster time.
Yeah, I didn't used to be as bad, but ever since I had the full body burn because of using expired waterproof sunscreen when I was at Silverwood, which you'll know about. And I was in
Yeah,
the wave
that's a
pool from
yikes.
Before the sun came up,
Were
so
you
I
in, like, the
sun went
boulder...
down.
Okay, were you in the wave pool? The wave pool's the best.
Wave I was in the wave pool the entire time from before the sun came up to after it went down, and sunscreen that was waterproof never or didn't work because it washed off, because since it was expired, it washed off immediately.
Ooh.
So I was literally so burnt, I physically was not strong enough to make my skin flex to move after it hardened up the next day.
Yikes.
Since then, my skin does not do sun.
My skin never did sun.
I mean, mine never did it well, but it really doesn't do it well now.
I will literally burn after being out in the sun for like 6 seconds. Right, Dad?
Yeah.
He says it's true. You can't hear him, but the confirmation is there.
That doesn't surprise me too much.
I mean, you just have to look at me.
Yeah.
Look at... I burn.
Yeah.
I have no biological protection against sun at all.
Okay, that just reminds me of this science joke meme thing that I saw. That was, or when it comes to radiation and like how light reacts with surfaces, black absorbs heat and radiation, and white reflects it all. So really, those people with super or pale skin should be able to go out in the sun and just bounce it off. Just try telling your pale friend that next time it's summer.
No.
And I was like, oh god.
It does reflect it off onto my muscles.
Yeah. So it's because like humans with pale skin, it's not actually white skin. It's actually that it's translucent skin. But human eyes don't see translucency well, or transparency.
If they
Really,
did,
it's
I
not
would be a
okay. We do not
walking
see
wad of muscles.
Yep. I've actually met one person who actually had pale enough, like thin enough skin that you actually could see some muscle fiber underneath. It was
Yikes.
very interesting. Yeah, they had a combination of lineage from, I think their parents were from like Croatia and Lithuania.
Yeah, okay.
And then they had a genetic condition which made their skin thinner than normal. So between like the ultra pale genes and then the lack of thickness to it, it was just like, yeah, no, you can definitely see the muscles and the like workings of the hair follicles and stuff. It was like, that's really interesting.
People making...
Only slightly looked like one of those like transparent, like those like science class
Yeah.
people. They did say it worked out really well for them on Halloween, though, because all they had to do was put like some skin lotion on or something, and made their skin even more transparent than normal. And they would just walk up to the door and just pose outside of it with a light in the right place. And it was like, oh god.
How did you do that? Well...
Turns off the light and it's still there. Oh god. Like, it's not makeup.
The best Halloween costumes are the ones that aren't costumes.
I just realized I really missed a chance. I really should have gotten them to do that for one of their Halloweens, and then gone as a Wendigo. That candy bowl would have been left on the doorstop so quick.
I'm
Anybody
done.
who knows about it would just be like, oh, hell no.
Just no, I'm done. No, thank you.
Connor, did you just go clear out the residents, the communities on Halloween? No. Did you go clear out the dorms where all the nerds live? Maybe. Like all the people that watch Supernatural is going, nope.
No. Anyone who knows any type of mythology, no.
Yeah, pretty much anything, yeah. It's like, if you know what a Wendigo is, you're like, oh, hell no. Well, that or they're like, oh, hell yes, but that's a completely different issue.
Please, just end my summer. Okay, I have over a stack of ladders. We're going back down.
I love Thai chilies. They give so much good flavor to a food, but wow, they really do kick up the heat when they kick up the heat.
Normally, when things kick up the heat, they do in fact kick up the heat.
Yeah, it's like normally they kick up the heat. It's like, oh, you turn the dial a little, and this one's like, you took the dial off, went past the safeties, and then put another dial on and turned it up.
Hey, it works.
Yeah. Let's refill my tea glass, shall we?
Oh, what type of tea are you drinking?
Just some Arizona iced tea. I just happened to have it up here from game night, like what was left of the bottle from game night. And I was like, okay, yep, that'll work. That'll help cool off the flames in my mouth a little bit.
Yeah.
And you know when I say something spicy, it's a little bit on the spicy side because I like usually order like the top tier on like traditional Thai restaurant or Korean restaurant foods, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm fine with those. Those don't even make me sweat. And it's like, this one's making me sweat a little.
Bruh.
Tastes good though.
I mean, hey, if it tastes good, it works.
Yeah.
You see, I have a... You see, like how most humans have a corpse-to-water ratio that is acceptable to swim in, I have a pain-to-deliciousness ratio.
Yeah, that does tend to happen if you like spice. So for me, I can't stand when somebody makes something spicy just
For the spice. Like,
yeah,
that
with
doesn't
just
make
high
sense.
heat, yeah. It's like if it's just heat,
There's no point in
place for that
eating
dish.
it.
But
But if it has
there's
good flavor,
then
yes.
Which is why I like Thai and Korean foods, because they're usually, at least when they're traditionally made, because they're usually all about the flavor.
We found the iron!
Was it like
Medium.
1 block away or something? Your stream's still behind.
Okay, I'm making the ladder back up.
At least you now know where it's at.
So now we can go dig up some iron, Dad. I can dig some up right
You're
now since I have a
Probably
pickaxe
gonna want
on
one
me.
more bronze pick, just knowing how many iron are used.
Oh yeah, I know. This was really just to find it.
Yep. Neither one of you is the class that gets the bonus ore, are you?
Neither of us get bonus ore. He gets less.
Okay, so you're definitely.
I am the
Yeah,
miner.
I know there's like one class that there's like a one.
Literally.
Class
I am the miner.
You are.
Huh.
If you're slow, but if I do it, we'll lose, so yeah, I can't do it.
Quite literally, the miner.
Oh yeah, Blackguard is the other one that gets penalties to their ore yield. They get faster mining speed, but they get less ore. Which means if you're doing stones, send in a Blackguard. If you're doing ores, keep them the hell away.
So I've got another thing of meat.
Then again, I'm not sure why anybody would take a Blackguard anyway, so.
Hey, I've done Blackguard. I haven't done Blackguard, but Dad has.
I am sorry.
I did one just.
I'm sorry.
I usually do 100.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah, he usually
Like,
does Hunter.
I would rather take Clockworker than I would take Blackguard.
I tried one, I didn't like it.
He likes Hunter. That's what he does.
Hunter's a nice one. Especially if you have a malefactor to give you a sling, because Hunter with a sling is freaking hilarious.
I have a composite bow right
Normally he uses bows. He's good with long
Yeah.
range. I am not.
Well, you still get your the thing is you still get the Hunter range bonus to the sling, and since the malefactor normally has a range penalty, that actually means you like get almost double the range effect. And it's and with their swing, their like firing speed bonus, it becomes very powerful for
Yeah,
no
slings
cost
are
at all.
very easy to use.
Yeah.
And the one thing that slings have above bows is bows obviously have the like better tiers,
now. Just use rock.
Yeah.
but slings go to the highest setting really fast and stay there for a while.
Mm-hmm. They also used to have tiers in a way where it used to be that the stones you used for ammo would adjust how much damage it did. Where it was stone, flint, quartz, obsidian, and then certain metal ores, I think.
Meteoric
But-
iron, smiley face.
Possibly. But I think it was like basically iron tier and higher. But anyway, like the chunks of that. But at some point or another, they removed all of the modifiers to the damage, but it was like, it would make sense. If you have a better stone to fling with, you could do that. And originally there had been talks about making it so that it would use, you could use arrowheads with it to do a little bit more damage than the base stone.
Yeah, that
So
makes sense.
That makes sense. But I don't know. I don't know if somebody was like, "Oh, this isn't fair," or like fair. And it's like, dude, if you actually know how slings work, those things are scarier than bows. Like in real world, real slings are actually like, if you have it in the hands of somebody who knows how to use it, are legitimately way more scary than a bow. But
Okay, I got a stack of
Nah.
iron and 4, so I'm coming
if
back.
you I was gonna say, if you switch to the other thing, you can check and see if you missed any places, because they're most likely more iron.
Oh, there's a bunch more iron down there. This is just how much I got for now.
Oh, okay. I was lagging behind, so I wasn't sure if you cleared it out or what.
No. Nowhere near. It's an underground iron deposit. That's gonna last us the rest of the game.
Well, you can unfortunately get unlucky, and it can be much smaller than you would think. I've had that happen twice before, but usually, yes, it's pretty big. Maybe not the rest of the game, but at least last you until you find the next one.
Oh, isn't that fun? Look at the rain. It looks like blood. That doesn't sound like a bad omen at all.
I was actually just watching a thing about that earlier about the real world thing of blood rain, where like in India it happened a little bit, or in like 82, and there can be like straight up like several months where the rain keeps coming down and it's like straight up like blood red.
Yay.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy, do I love blood rain.
Yeah. Especially since it's caused by highly toxic algae that have grown in the water up in the clouds. Which they actually think might be part of what may have caused the in like the Bible, you know, like how, or like the commandments, they think that it may have been a storm like that, because it kind of fits pretty closely to the T of like the rain of blood, and then the all the people dying right afterwards.
Yeah, because the algae is poisonous to people, so yeah, that makes sense.
And also in that time frame, the oldest son of the family was generally the one who would go out to see if there was a threat, like if there was like a threat going on around the house or something. They were the one that went out, because they were usually the strongest one that was not the head of the family, and they would go out to like if there was
Bye, Gray.
a lion or something. And it's really interesting how it's like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Bye, Gray. L.
Yep.
Can we get an F in the chat for my older brother real quick? It's okay. It's not like it's a sloth out there.
No, it's not a sloth. It's a giant sloth. Which those things are actually kind of terrifying if you've seen the recreations or the skeletons. You're like, oh, it's gonna be this like relatively like dopey looking. Oh dear God, what the hell is this thing?
Me looking at different animals. Sea shark. Oh, little dopey babies. Little baby.
Except for
wet
bull sharks.
sloths.
It's like sharks are good, except for bull sharks. Fuck bull sharks. It's like it's part of the regiment. Like, yeah, bull sharks are like the one species that's like, no, we really should not have allowed those to keep going.
Yeah, no. But wet sloths, fear. Why do they look so terrifying when they're wet? Because, like, their fur... Because, like, you know, when they're not wet, you know, they're fluffy. But when they're wet, like, it clings to them. And you can see, like, their whole claws.
Well, do you know that roughly, like, something like 80% of the time that people see sloths on a tree, it's actually a dead sloth? Because usually the sloths don't actually, like, sit in a position... But it's like, when they die, they can, like, sit there for, like, up to, like, 3 years in a position without it being obvious. Yeah.
Sees a sloth on a tree.
No, knowing your luck, you'd be like, oh, it's probably dead.
It moves. It moves towards me.
Even worse, it is dead. It still moves toward.
No.
So, I think even worse than the giant sloths, though, giant bloody otters. Those things are horrifying.
Otters themselves are horrifying.
No. Otters are kind of adorable, but
Do you see the things they do to other species?
well, yes, they are. Yeah, I guess I kind of see them in a similar vein as I see humans, but cuter at least.
Hey! Fence.
But yeah, no giant. But if you've never seen a giant otter, look it up later.
No.
It's
I don't think I will look it up later. Do it.
I'm trying to think how to best describe it. If H.P. Lovecraft redesigned an otter as something that came into a story.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like not only are they more or less the size of like a bear or a panther or something, not only do they have a heightened feature or like predatory features than most otters, but their face, like they look like they have like raw lumps of flesh for eyes and a face that was put through some sort of meat tenderizer.
Meat tenderizer. If I ever got described like that, I'm done. Just put me down at that point. I'm done. I'm done.
Or even if they don't have it, or have it like looking like a meat tenderizer, the other option for like how their face looks is, kind of like the particularly derpy looking cousins of Stitch from the TV series they made after Lilo and Stitch. That's the better option of the two.
The better option?
Or is it the giant otter? I think it's the giant. Or is it the giant, yeah, I think it's the giant otter, yeah. But there's two different giant otters. There's the one that's actually just kind of like an adorable regular otter, just a little bit bigger than there's the actual giant otter. That's the horrifying one. But I can't remember the name of that one.
And I'm cooking the,
Oh god, that one straight up looks like...
iron.
No, I should not say that.
Okay.
There's an actor it reminds me of, but...
I've got us a nice parsnip pie. Sorry, no, exactly. We had parsnips.
So these are some of the less horrifying looking ones.
Did you send them in Discord or something?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have Discord up right now, so give me a second.
Okay.
Helps
Yeah,
with this frame rate.
They're in the chat, but yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, those are like, well, I think those are like full size. Those might be full size tuna that they're munching on that are that small in their hands. I was like, I wonder if they have a GIF of it on Discord. Yep, they do. Not a
Oh
particularly
boy,
great-
that's
not a particularly great GIF, but yeah.
that's interesting. They really be going ham on that tuna though.
Yeah. and they don't just eat fish either. So
Yeah.
it's like they'd be like, "Huh, you look like a mighty fine snack. You don't move very fast in the water, do you?" Like, oh dear.
Yep, do you want me to just make one pie, or?
That's why I never
Okay, just give me a second real quick.
Alright, I'm just trying to not write. We need more.
You can mix berries.
There's 4 downstairs.
I just picked some, so don't worry about it. It's gonna be blueberry and blackcurrant.
Figure we have 2 pies that we can eat those 2
I guess they have that.
plus my
Interesting. I thought you needed a mod to do that, but maybe the newest update allows at least berries to work that way.
Oh, never mind.
Oh no,
It was enough for
you can't
a
mix-
full pie.
Right, yeah, you can't mix meat and berry in the vanilla, but you had to have the mod with that one. That's what it was. So you can either do veggie, meat, or berry. You can't do 2 types of food without the mod. I did find it funny earlier though when you had like the hollow pies. And I was just like, that just looks like some sort of like Great Depression era thing of like air pie.
It does, or butter pie. We used to have butter pie.
Yeah.
Water pie. There was a water
Water
Yeah,
pie.
water pie was a thing, and that was. I feel bad for that guy that he had to try that because I've unfortunately had that before. And yeah, it's sadness in a crust. Not even much of a crust because water kind of dissolves it.
It's your birthday. It's your birthday. Have water pie.
Yeah.
It's just sad.
What's sad is that was probably the most tasteful thing taste-filled thing that they had in a while.
Well, it's alright. We got 2 pies. Blueberry pie and
That's what you think.
here we go. Look at that. Don't want to make too many. They don't last that long. I'll do them in 2 days. Yeah, we'll have 3 pies. Sweet. We have 1 serving of fish stew here too. So.
Yep.
Pies good. You take
And we do not talk about Spam and cheddar pie.
No, we don't.
No, please.
I'm fairly sure that is one of the quickest ways to clear somebody's bowels.
We have a room too. Talking about that show.
Well, short of the Haribo diet or sugar-free gummy bears, there's no beating those.
The sugar-free gummy bears. One of my favorite things is to just read the reviews on them in my
Oh, yeah.
spare time.
Oh,
Yep.
I tried them once.
I think
Why
the
would
best
you
one is-
try them?
Why not? Because everybody said they're so bad. Oh, like,
I mean, if you haven't been able to go in a few months, that might do the trick.
Might, it will. Okay.
Well, either it will or you'll just keel over one of the two.
Foxfire, did you see? So on the end, I did a peacock. That way, next time we just ran and crop.
Yeah, I always have trouble deciding on the best reviews of that one, whether it was the lady on the plane who had like the revelation only to come out and see everybody else on the plane that had been having that had them, or the guy that had his girlfriend over from Germany for the first time and he was on the rest of them and then she came out and she had finished the rest of them all.
Oh no.
It's like I'm not sure which one's better, but oh.
They're both painful. L.
Oh yeah, it was funny because he's like, yeah, I had the like it was like you could describe like the hells that he went through for like 45 minutes and stuff, and he had like put on like the headphones so she wasn't hearing what was coming, and so he was in this little tiny apartment, and then he came out and saw like the look of like absolute panic on her face. It was like the oh no. Yeah.
I mean, hey, that probably strengthened their bond, though.
Yeah, that's like it's like either that killed the relationship or it made the relationship there. It's not really a middle ground.
There is not a middle ground there.
I guess it would kind of count as the surviving a life-threatening situation together, kind of.
That is a life-threatening situation together. We don't have any folks.
So,
Flax, folks, the thing in between. Hammer.
funny subject on the line of that was one of my friends and I were talking about. So, he had seen this post somebody had put on Pinterest about them making Peeps wine, mostly to annoy the French by calling it wine, but they made basically like a wine straight out of like pink peeps.
Yes.
And we were talking about what other candies would be good, and we were talking about them, and then I was like, we're thinking about this about wine. We're thinking about this the wrong way. I know what we're doing. So I need 13 of those little airplane bottles. 4 of them will be Haribo gummy bears.
Oh no.
4 of them will be Black Forest gummy bears. 4 of them will be I thought of one that was like one of the knockoffs that has like the real 4 of them will be Flintstone chewable vitamins. And 1 of them will be Haribo sugar free. Woe be told he who pulls the wrong shot. And I was like, also works for beer pong. You don't want to get that last shot. You really don't. It's like 4 of these are really good. 4 of them are pretty good. 4 of them might be good if you like it. One of these
will kill you.
Just don't want to think about that one. It was even worse. It would have to be a faux tail because it would no sugar, so it wouldn't actually be able to. Or it would just be basically a soda. Soda of doom.
Hey, do you want to try our new wine? Yeah, sure. Oh, this tastes good. What's it made with?
Haribo sugar-free gummy bears. Welcome to hell.
How to end a relationship speed run. How to end a relationship speedrun edition.
Seems like something that Lloyd would do in Spy X Family to like get somebody out of a room or something. Like mixes everybody else's cocktails correctly. And on this one, the grenadine is not grenadine. It's red Haribo gummy bear or sugar-free gummy bear juice.
That poor dude. I don't think he even has to go after him after that. My bro's probably suffering.
Is apparently it tastes like the stuff actually tastes better than sugar does generally. So you probably would enjoy it more, and then you would just get the gurgle of doom and just be like, and you're not coming back to the meeting?
Stirs drink with malicious intent.
Bees. See what I mean about it already like populating down that quick?
No, another one came populated.
Not only populated, but fully honeyed. Yeah, then you leave. Oh, I usually leave like one set as the seed ones, so that way that it works. But that works too, or at least one.
We can have more than one bloomery, but yeah, but we do need more. Yeah, I believe there's some on the road, on the path.
Watch by the time you get
Some
done,
more
like,
what? Healing stuff? Yeah, okay.
Oops. I went down and shot the hive or the hive back up.
Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know, you don't have to jump. You can just aim at the top of the hive.
Jumping's cooler.
Yeah, but you keep killing off the swarms by picking them up that way. Wait, is that one already honey again?
I can go get the
wood.
fire clay, actually, if you want to go get your healing stuff.
Wait, you're using fire clay to make those?
No, we're using fire clay for bloomeries.
Oh, I was like, wow, you must have a lot of fire clay you've managed to harvest. You're using those for the hives.
No, we got a lot of giant blue cane pots right behind our house from the reasons we built there.
There's a really big blue clay deposit behind our house. It's one of the reasons we built here.
Ah, nice.
Right. Oh look.
Oh yeah, I think I saw that when I was on there. That I was like, that's a lot of clay.
Yep, that and the trader.
Yeah, it's always very nice to have a trader nearby.
Yeah, we could almost. Oh, we have more charcoal to make it batch charcoal. Maybe I'll do that after the fire project, or you could dig it up.
Mm.
Or I can dig it up, I guess. Random fire clay.
I just went to adjust my earbuds and realized I don't have my earbuds in.
Oof.
It's like I swear I could feel them there. It was just like, nope.
It'd be like that
Used to them
sometimes.
being there.
Sometimes when
Kinda
I'm
like
in
when you
class,
it's kinda like when you feel your phone buzzing in your pocket and there's no phone in your pocket.
No, sometimes in class I'll go up to adjust my headphones or my
Mm.
B antenna, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yep. Or in the summer when I get used to, or hell, just most of the year anymore with my light sensitivity, but just like when I get used to like adjusting my like sunglasses, I'm like, oh yeah, I don't have those on my head right now. Or the panic when I think they're on like the neck of my shirt, and I'm like, oh wait, no, I didn't actually have them today.
We're making mead.
Mead. Oh, fine
Mhm.
honey mead.
Let me like organize my inventory, and I'll go out looking for stuff.
I'm just kind of surprised that the expanded foods mod for that didn't add in eggnog, considering like it has like all the ingredients to do both versions of eggnog. And like, it's like they've got everything in there, and they did pretty much every other sort of advanced drink or spice or what have you, but not eggnog.
Give us our eggnog.
Yeah, it's like, give me my eggnog, dang it.
Really?
That reminds me of the old the Jimmy Neutron episode where they made it like eternal snow day, and like the Jimmy's dad and all the like locals were like going on like a hunting spree to try and get eggnog from stores that were closed.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yep, it was like, yeah, no, you cut off the supply of eggnog, there's gonna be problems.
Like the only thing keeping like half of the people in the world sane.
Pretty much.
Trust me, I know those people who it's keeping sane.
Yeah, it's like if you cut off the eggnog and the Baileys during the holidays, things are gonna get ugly real quick. If you cut off the cocoa, it happens even faster.
Listen, I don't care what season it is. If somebody cuts off hot cocoa, I'm cutting off their head.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that probably would have been one of the only ways that they could have had the French Revolution be even the best years if instead of it was, oh, they can't afford bread, let them eat cake. If they'd been like, they can't get cocoa, let them have coffee or something. Be like, okay, yep, this is gonna be bad.
True anger. True anger needs to be accompanied by one thing: true fear.
I don't know. Absolute destruction works pretty well too.
True. That is true.
Never enough sticks in this game.
Never.
Especially since you can't like split firewood into them or use planks or anything else. It's like really, game? That is not realistic in the slightest.
It's like quite realistic.
Yeah, we used to have a stick mod, which will let you do that.
Yeah. There's several.
And then in
do
that game, we
Some-
have so many sticks.
Yeah.
We didn't need it.
I like combining it with the one that lets you stack sticks in the world, and then just use that and make like cool like stick barrier fences and stuff.
You might come back like 7 or
Um,
8 stacks. You might need an actual like chest for firefighting.
You know the storage vessel beneath the trapdoor? Put it in there.
Oh yeah, our first storage vessel.
Hmm.
Oh, by the way, I did get confirmation on something I'd always suspected, but I somehow never gotten around to testing. When it comes to the to sealing food in like a cellar and stuff, use solid blocks like a dirt block or something like that instead of a door. It actually seals it far better than a door does.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that makes
No,
sense. I'm not gonna do it, but it makes sense.
Yeah, I just tend to use that like it's like I use a door for like the middle hallway I make, and then like when I do like the little like mason bee holes that I use for all my vessels, I just put like a piece of like once, or I just put a piece of dirt in front of it and just break that as needed.
We could.
And it makes your food last a really long time.
Yeah, that works. That's good for now.
Oh, cool.